What's up, YouTube? My name is Crimson, and this is Map Hack in Your Mind, PoE2 edition. First, shout out at the very top of the video. I want this to be obvious. This is an homage to the OG GOAT himself, MrLlamaSC, Diablo 2 content creator, world record speedrunner, and a personal inspiration to me as well as many others. So I want it to be clear, this is an homage. The name Map Hack in Your Mind is stolen, and it is meant with nothing but love and affection for a player who inspired me, both as an ARPG speedrunner myself, as well as a content creator. So shoutouts to Mr. Llama to start. If you are a Diablo 2 player, obviously you know who Mr. Llama is. You don't even need to tell me to check out his content. The goal of today's video, if you are a PoE2 player, is to teach you how speedrunners think about maps. With the launch of 0.4 coming up very, very soon, this is being recorded on December 2nd, so we've got 10 days before League launch. I want you guys to take some of the map knowledge that has been distilled from speedrunners doing very intensive study of every single zone in the campaign and convert this into knowledge that we can use in the League start setting in order to get our characters into maps and gain that sweet, sweet currency advantage as early as possible. Note, however, that this is not a League start guide. This is not aimed at me distilling the knowledge all the way down to practical tips. This is me just putting all my knowledge on video so that way you guys can take from it what you will, come up with your own advice, and get some insight into how speedrunners think about the game. Throughout the video, I will be giving shoutouts, as many as possible, to the players who contributed to the map knowledge discovery process, to a couple of developers who've helped us along the way, to people who've had conversations with me in Discord DMs and on stream and in Twitch chat. This video cannot possibly be exhaustive of all of those people, though. There's just simply too many people to thank. It's been too large of a community process for me to not miss someone. Also, if you want the written version of all of this information, there are going to be links in the video description down below to a couple of Discords. One is my personal Discord, where you can interact with me and ask me questions, show me the cool gear that you get on League Start, send me your build planners to talk to me about what you think you are going to play on League launch for 0.4. The other one is going to be a link to the Campaign Codex Discord, which is hosted by wonderful content creators Guitaraholic and Lolcohol, which is where speedrunners have converged in order to distill all this map knowledge down from the community into that Discord and into my head and into this video for you. So hopefully you guys get some resources there. If you want more written information, if you want to interact with the broader map reading speedrunning community, you can do so in the Campaign Codex Discord. And with that, we're just going to get into the video. There's nothing scripted today. I have no pre-planned notes. You're just going to be watching my screen as I draw a bunch of zones. There are going to be video like chapter markers below this for all of the acts, as well as for every single zone in the game. And I'm just going to be blindly blabbering about this. We're going to try and do at least one tip for every single zone in the game. This is mostly going to be map reading knowledge, and we're hopefully going to be able to get things in there. There are also going to be a number of advanced resources linked, meaning if you are willing to sit down and memorize a zone because you want your League start to be 1 minute faster in just Red Veil, then you can do that, and we're going to link to all of those guides written by various lovely speedrunners. Many of them are dozens of pages long and deeply impractical for the League start player, but if you're interested in competitive racing, then you can do that. And with that context out of the way, my name's Crimson, and I'm a random nobody who explains the PoE2 speedrunning. All right, so we're going to wake up on the Riverbank and talk about the Riverbank first. Okay, so on the Riverbank, you're always going to start in a tile that starts like this, and there will be a little man leaning against an area like this. When we talk to him, it will always be the case that the map bottlenecks like this. So thinking about the map boundaries, we have this sort of diamond-shaped tile. It could be flipped or rotated. It is always the correct decision to go through this and to assume that the exit to the map is up and above the current map position, at least so far in 0.1, 0.2, and 0.3. Things can get flipped or reflected. That said, I would strongly recommend against killing anything on the riverbank before you get to the miller. It's just simply not worth your time. If you want to understand riverbank map reads, you're more than welcome to do so. There are memorized solutions for the riverbank, but no one's written a guide because in the natural course of creating multiple characters and doing the speedrunners end up memorizing this pretty intuitively. So the riverbank guide is just follow the riverbank Don't fight anything before you get to the miller. You can kill the miller at level 1, I promise. That's how the game is designed. Our tip for the Clearfell encampment is going to be really, really simple. Once you get out of Clearfell encampment and into Clearfell, you're going to be in a wide open square zone. This square zone is going to have multiple important things on it. We're going to suppose that this is our entrance and that this is our exit. When we have this exit, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the overworld map in PoE2. So if I log into a character here, any random character, and we just hit play, and then we look at the overworld map. If I pull up the overworld map here and show you something, in Act 1, you can see, for example, that here is the Clearfell encampment, here is the Clearfell, and here is the Grellwood. You can see already that the orientation of the Clearfell encampment relative to the Clearfell and the Grellwood points in this northeast direction. So when we enter into the Clearfell, we are going to first primarily assume that the exit is in the direction indicated by the overworld map. Other than that, just explore the full zone, and our only tip for Clearfell is that if you don't want to memorize it, your League Start tip is to go ahead and assume that the exit is on this side. If you want me to run a Clearfell, I'm going to do so right now. It will let me do so. Okay. So we're going to go to Clearfell encampment, and I'm going to talk about this zone here. So when I go out into Clearfell, and this is in Softcore SSF, in Rise of the Abyssal, you can see that I'm going to hug this map boundary, and then as I follow it down, this will allow me to differentiate between two different map layouts that can exist. So since there's no additional map boundary right here on my overlay, I now know that the abandoned encampment is directly to the south of me. Right here. And then I know that the exit is going to be over along this eastern wall, pretty similar to how the overworld map looks. So this is a memorized result here. And then I know now, because Biro was not here, that this is here. So this is something you have to memorize on a per league basis. In the League Start setting, you don't know the answer. And there is no comprehensive guide written by speedrunners yet to explain to you how to do this. But the map hack in your mind advice is just to go ahead and memorize on a per league basis. Okay, let's go back to Microsoft Paint. So there is your tip for the Clearfell encampment. It's to trust the overworld map. Then we get into the Grellwood. Grellwood is one of the simplest zones to understand heuristically. One thing I want to point out is when you enter into Grellwood, you're going to be in a little diamond-shaped tile like this. It's approximately 2 by 1. It's a little bit longer than this. And then there's going to be a set of little hallways that then connect you to a large open rectangle. The shape of this hallway is actually going to be a complete revelation to you about what map you are in, as well as the position and orientation of this initial tile. And that, if you are a memorization intensive player, you can completely solve this. If you want to, for example, pull up the Campaign Codex Discord, we can then go into the Grellwood. And in the Grellwood, you can see that there are all of these different possible zones. I will pick an example here, and you can see that this orientation of this 2 by 1 tile here then connects to this main large open rectangular area. And if you wanted to differentiate between all of the 12 different maps that exist, all of them up to the level of being flipped, you can see the way that this initial tile connects is the same in this map, and this map, and this map, and this map, because those are all the same base layout. The same thing is true here. You'll notice that if we find one that has a slightly different entrance orientation, like here, we can see that it connects first to this blobby bit and then into the rest of the map. Here it connects into this blobby bit and then to the rest of the map. Here it connects into this and then the rest of the map and so on and so forth. So these are all the same base layout, and if you memorized all of these hallway orientation and positions, you'd then be able to figure out the rest of the map from there. So that's what the map looks like at the extreme expert level. At the casual level, though, if you just want the League Start advice, the only thing that you need to know is that it is a large square zone, and there are 2 possible base layouts. We can use the same trick as before. We know where the red veil exit is going to be based on the overworld map, approximately. There are some bugs that can affect this. It's well known. We will talk about that throughout the video. But for now, just know that there are 4 key points of interest. Generally, the one that is closest to the entrance is going to occur in a corner, and this is going to be Ariadne's hut. Ariadne is the witch. Inside, she will give you some level 4 flasks, as well as when you kill her, you'll get a level 1 support gem. That will always occur in one corner. On the opposite corner of this large open rectangle will be the Bramblegast, who will give you a level 2 skill gem as well as some good loot there. Generally, he's skipped by racers, and then in these opposite 2 corners, there will be the Grim Tangle and Waypoint, and these will always be diametrically opposed to each other, and they can switch places, okay? So just know when you enter this zone, if you were to, for example, see a map that looked like this when you entered. If you came in and you had your entrance right here, and then it opened up to a wall like this and a wall like this, I want you to mentally draw out dotted lines and assume that you are in a zone that looks like this now, where you should search this little region to find Ariadne, and then you'll be able to sort of get yourself to the other key points of interest that you care about, and you can use the overworld map to divine where the exit is. This should save you about a minute. I'll show you a couple of examples from the Campaign Codex Discord that we can talk about. So when you enter into this map, sorry, my face camera is blocking this. I'll move my face cam up just a little bit. You can see that we enter here, and then we see the first position wall here, second position wall here, and we search this entrance area to eventually find Ariadne's hut. On the opposite side of the map is the Bramblegast, and then the Grim Tangle and the Waypoint are diametrically opposed here. If I pick another random example, you can see we would enter here. Ariadne's hut in this particular map is in a different position, so that's actually a very unusual layout. That's a bad example for teaching. Here's a more typical example. So we would enter here, we would see this entrance map boundary, we would see this entrance map boundary. Ariadne is here. That teaches us that the moving Bramblegast is here. We can find Grim Tangle by going this way, parallel to this map boundary. And then here we can find the waypoint by going this way, parallel to this map boundary, though this obviously would force us to walk around. So that's your tip for Grellwood. You can conceive of it in this way as a big open square with points of interest in the corners. Obviously, there are exceptions to this, and just know that your pairs are Ariadne is opposite the Bramblegast, and that the Grim Tangle is diametrically opposed to the waypoint here. Okay, so that's your Grellwood tip. Now, let's talk about the Red Veil, and we're going to talk about the Red Veil at, like, length, okay? We're going to talk about the Red Veil, like, a lot. And the reason we're going to talk about the Red Veil is because it's a memorizable zone. I don't even have a League Start piece of advice for you, because I don't think about this in terms of any heuristic. The way that racers do this is to memorize it. So when you enter into the Red Veil, you are always in a little narrow hallway to start. Okay, so you enter in this direction. Thank you for the follow, by the way. What up, King Kongor? We're doing Map Hack in Your Mind today, teaching people how to read maps at the elite level. When we talk about Red Veil, this is our Red Veil Map Hack in Your Mind. You unfortunately need to do a lot of memorization if you want to do this at the racer level. There are, I believe, 8 base layouts. We're going to talk about all of them. This is extremely memorization intensive. So, from memory, these are not the names that are used by other speedrunners. These are my personal heuristics. We'll talk about every map. The first one that we're going to talk about is called Bump. Okay? With Bump, you walk in and you're going to see a 1x1 little square alcove like this. Okay? All hail Taxing Dead, the Carnelian captain. All hail, please. When you see Bump, you then need to walk to this opposite wall, and you should see a slightly diagonal flat slope like this. When you see Bump, you are then going to walk in this direction and cross a narrow bridge. When you see that, you are then going to have a blocker that is shaped like this. And I will pull up a picture of this layout so you guys can believe me in a second. And when you walk across this narrow bridge, you're going to find an obelisk, and the obelisk is going to be here. And then you are going to walk diagonally down and see an entrance here. Then you are going to walk diagonally down and see a obelisk here. So this is Bump. Your position, your key to tell what Bump is looking for this bump. And then you check this wall. Once you see that, you cross the bridge, and then it is a zigzag in the AS direction, then the SD direction, then the AS direction again. So your WASD movement there is perfectly consistent. To pull up a visual example of this map, you have to just give me a second here. So I will show you what I'm looking for. This is a PDF that players have used that was given to us by To Be the Best, was the layout architect for the Red Veil. We're going to be talking through about all of this. So this is Bump. Okay. And like I said, we look for this bump key here, and then our pathing, we check this opposite wall, and we see a smooth shape here. Then we go across this bridge, and we see on the back here, then we go diagonally, and this can be flipped. So for example, we can see bulge here, smooth wall, and then again, the blocker tile as written, we go across here, we go down and left, and then we go here. So the way that I conceive of this, you guys are going to laugh at this, this is great. This is an alligator. Okay, this is an alligator's head. This is his little eye. This is his mouth. Okay, so when we see Bump, I think to myself alligator, sometimes I think shark. And this is the shark or alligator's head. And we check on the back of his head where we find one obelisk. Then we go to the spines on his back, then to the tip of his tail. Okay? So our key for Bump is to see Bump. We check this wall, and then we follow around the alligator head, find the alligator back here. We go here, and then here, and that's back of his head, tip of his back, tip of his tail. Okay? Back of his head, dorsal fin, shark fin. That's the way that I remember it when I first learned this zone. So that's our tip for Bump. Now, the reason that I say that we have to check this wall location when we do Bump, by the way, I did misspell Red Veil. You guys can make fun of me in the YouTube comments. Lamau Crimson doesn't know how to read. The reason that we need to check that wall is because we have my favorite layout, the pièce de résistance of Red Veil layouts, which is called Hook. When we enter into Hook layout, what we will see is when we enter here, there will be a little tile like this. This is called the Hook. When we see Hook, I remember it as being a camel pissing on the ground. And this is going to blow your guys' minds. Okay? This is actually what I remember when I think about, when I enter into the layout that is commonly known as Hook. I think of a camel peeing on the ground. This is my mnemonic, and that's because Hook, when you see this layout, it can have a bump here, but it will always have this hook. So you have to tell the difference between bump and hook by looking for this hook tile, and then it will come down, and there will be an alcove here, and then there will be a bridge and another bridge, and this is a camel in my head. Okay? When you see the camel, there's going to be a rust obelisk here. Then, if this is the camel's hump, then clearly if the camel were peeing, it would be right here. So our path through the layout called Hook is to check and see that it's Hook. go onto the camel's back, follow across this bridge, and check where the camel is peeing, and then go up here where the camel is also drooling, and this is another rust obelisk here. Okay, so if I pull up an example of Hook, if I can find it. Yeah, so this is Hook, but upside down. You can see this little hook shape here. Then this is the camel's mouth. This is the camel's back. We check here. We go across his little front leg, and we check here and here. This is my mnemonic for Hook. If we check and see this example here, we can see the camel shape much more clearly. You see bump, you check and see this hook here. You go to the camel's back, you go across his front leg, and you check where the camel is peeing, and then you go over here and you check where the camel is drooling. This is the camel's tongue, obviously, and he's drooling down here and peeing down here. So the layout is commonly known as Hook. I conceive of it as being a camel peeing on the ground. So that's the first two layouts, bump, and then now we have done Hook. Then we have yet more layouts. We're going to talk about two layouts that are both collectively known as bow tie. Okay. When you enter into a map and you see a shape like this little W shape, it's flared, goes in like this. This is half of a bow tie. Bow tie is called bow tie because of this drawing in the Red Veil PDF. You can see if we come up to the top here of this layout, this tile is what I am talking about. This sort of W-shaped tile like this is a bow tie, and that's because the creator of this guide thought it looked like half of a bow tie. So there are two different bow tie layouts that are possible. We're going to talk about bow tie open. Bow tie open starts like this. So we enter into the map, and when we enter into bow tie, our entrance hallway looks like this, and then we connect to the bow tie. And in my head, I imagine this not as a bow tie, but as a slingshot. So it's two little ropes, and then it's an elastic band being pulled back. And we are launched out of the elastic band like this. This is how I remember bow tie open. When you see bow tie open, you are going to have one layout slightly above this arc, then on this arc, and then way down on this wall. If this obelisk doesn't exist, then clearly we have bounced off the wall and rolled this way. So we could have layouts here, here, and here. If we don't have it there, then it would be layouts here, here, and here, okay? So what you imagine is that the bow tie is a slingshot with a little elastic band pulling you back and shooting you in an arc across the map. So that's how you do bow tie open. I will show you an example of what bow tie open looks like from the Red Veil PDF. If I can find an example. Yeah, so this is bow tie open, okay? Bow tie open, we are recording for YouTube, UDEX, please be appropriate, thank you. Bow tie open, we imagine that we get shot like this out of our little slingshot. We find the first obelisk, we find the second obelisk, and then we start to fall off. If this obelisk weren't here, then we have to beeline back across the map and check here. So when you see bow tie open, meaning it opens up into an open area, there is no wall here, you see bow tie, and then you get slot out of the slingshot and look like this. Okay. And then the ball, if you don't see an obelisk here, you imagine bouncing off of this wall and going over here. Now, that's bow tie open. Okay, so that's bow tie open. Now we need to see bow tie block. What bow tie block looks like is very subtly different. When you see that bow tie shape, okay, so we come in our little entrance hallway, we get our little bow tie shape, and then this is a solid wall. We can't be shot out of the slingshot. There's a solid wall there. What we do instead is we imagine this to be a little mouth. Okay, this is a mouth now with an upper lip and a lower lip. And what we imagine is being shot out of this upper lip like this. We check this position. Then we imagine being shot backwards out of the lower lip and being over here in this position. And then, very vaguely, we just sort of wander around here. And there'll be two down here. I don't have a good mnemonic for this, but bow tie block, you imagine going parallel to these two lips here, and you check this position first. If that position doesn't exist, then you have a swing set of 3 over here. If this position does exist, then you only need to check this position, and this position, and you get this information by looking at the upper lip and lower lip of the bow tie and using it to line up these lines. To show you what bow tie block looks like, if I can find an example of bow tie block. Here's an example of bow tie block. If we get a version that is similar to what I drew, you can see that we would come out of this upper lip here and come down to here. We would come out of this lower pouting lip here and go backwards over to here, and then we would need to come and check vertically in line underneath this case. However, this layout can spawn flipped, and that flipped version can have obelisk here, and then, like I said, you would need to check these two back locations here. So you would imagine that same sort of falling arc shape that we saw from bow tie open. So we're through half of the layouts. We've seen bow tie open. We've now seen bow tie block bow tie. Now we're going to talk about a layout that I mentally call valentine. I also sometimes mentally call it bacteriophage. Okay. So this is a layout. You can choose whichever name you like when we enter in our little entrance hallway. There are some maps that will open up into a shape like this. And this is a heart. Okay. When you see this heart shape, you think to yourself, "Aw, Valentine." And Valentine has a layout where you're going to go straight down out of the tip of the funnel, of the heart funnel, all the way down here, and you're going to find the first obelisk. Then you are going to go back toward, remember, this is our entrance hallway shape. We're going to go back parallel to our entrance hallway shape. These two lines are parallel. And then there will be a bridge here, which will have the second obelisk. And then you're going to go perpendicular to that and get the third obelisk. The reason that I sometimes call this map bacteriophage is because I imagine a shape like this in my head, where the heart looks like this, then you go straight down, and then you've got these spindly legs. Okay? So I remember this as being bacteriophage, because I'm a giant nerd. Type nerdja in the chat to bully me in the YouTube comments. Feel free to call me a gigantic nerd for calling this bacteriophage. But you recognize it by this heart shape, so you can call the map Valentine in your head, and that's what I use as the standard name silently in my head. The name that's used by other speedrunners for this is a different name. But just know that you can identify it from this heart shape. If I show you an example of this layout, you can see that the heart shape that I'm talking about is pretty vague. So let's see, which one of these is... Yeah, so this is a good example of the map. We enter this entrance hallway. We've got this open heart shape, and then we get forced through a funnel. We go straight down. We see this here. We go parallel to the entrance hallway. We go up this way, where we find a bridge, obelisk 1, and then we go perpendicular to that and get obelisk 2. So we get heart, and then we go up, and we get this, and we get this. Now, if you look at other versions of this map, you can see that it's not quite really a heart here, because it's got this block on it. But the important thing is that we get forcibly funneled this way after a small open area, and then the same rule applies. We go straight out of the funnel, then we go parallel to our entrance hallway here, where we get the little bridge, and then we go perpendicular to that, and we get that. So that is a map that I call Valentine or Bacteriophage, and that is the name for that map. Then we have a map that I call Crochet. Crochet is an insane name that doesn't make sense even to me. I will explain why I call it Crochet in a second. So if I pull up an image of a crochet hook, okay, open image, thank you. So this is a crochet hook, okay. When I see this shape, I think to myself, crochet hook. So when we are in our layout, we have our little entrance hallway, and when the first thing that we see after the entrance hallway is a little thing like this, I think to myself, ah, crochet hook. I then follow the crochet hook, and there will be a little alcove here that has a waypoint in it. Then we are going to go back and across. There will be a bridge here, and in line with this, we follow this path back across this bridge, and we go up here, where in line with this, we will find a waypoint here, and then we mentally bisect this, and we now go this way, and there will be one down here. So we see this identifiable shape, which I will show you an exact example of, and we use this to identify things, and I mentally refer to this shape as the crochet hook, even though the actual map version does not look like a crochet hook. That is just what I used to memorize it. So if I show you an example here, this is a crochet hook map. Okay, so what I'm saying is I see this shape, and it reminds me of a crochet hook, like I showed you earlier. We follow the crochet hook until we find this obelisk. Then we go exactly horizontal. We go across the bridge and exactly in line with the first of this. We then see our second obelisk, and then halfway between the two of these and straight down is our third obelisk. Okay, so when I'm speed running, I will enter into this. I call this map Crochet Hook. Even though that doesn't look like a crochet hook, I am aware I am insane. Okay, but my mnemonic for this is Crochet Hook. Now, I will show you one more example here from this document. You can see that the shape that we call the crochet hook can be a little bit wobbly and wibbly, and we use this, come down here to get obelisk of rust, and then we go parallel to this, and then halfway between and perpendicular, we find the other one. We would run into this checkpoint, and the checkpoint shows you where the obelisk is. Okay, we have, I believe, one more layout for this. I need to double check to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Yes, okay, then the only layout that we have left, I call snakes. Okay, so we've done crochet now. And the next map that we have to solve is fake crochet, aka blocked path, aka snakes. So I'm just going to show you the example here first. We would come into this map and we would see what we think is a crochet hook shape, and then we would see this and we would realize that it cannot be a crochet hook. So I'll draw it the way that it is on that map. We come here, we see our little crochet hook shape, and then we would come here and we would see this shape, at which point we think to ourselves, ah, I reached into the sewing kit, and I reached into the crochet kit, and I didn't grab a crochet kit. I grabbed a snake because it's serpentine. Okay. Once we see that, we know that we have to hug this wall, at which point we will find an obelisk over here. When we see that, we then think to ourselves, serpentine, sneaky snake, and we have to follow this S-shaped curve to find the first one. Then we have to follow this S-shaped curve to find the second one. Okay, and these are the two snakes in my head that makes it the snake map. It's fake crochet. We think of it as being the snake map because of these two S shapes, which show us the obelisks here and here. They're going to not quite be in line, so it's going to be like not 3 o'clock, but like 4 o'clock-ish. I've drawn it pretty accurately. And then the next one is going to be in line with those two, where this distance and this distance are like pretty similar. So you walk in, you see crochet, you then try to follow the crochet needle, you get blocked, and you think to yourself, ah, snakes! And you follow this S-shaped curve, and then this S-shaped curve, and then after that, everything's just in a line. And this is my mnemonic for it. So to show you the example from the layout kit that we have here, we would follow this. This would be our S-shaped curve right here. We would follow one S-shaped curve, find this obelisk. Then we follow this second S-shaped curve. Okay. And then we would draw a line from this obelisk to this obelisk and go, and we would run into the third obelisk. Okay. So those are all the layouts for the Red Veil. I just need to double check that I haven't missed one. I've given you a good goofy explanation for anything. I use different names for them than this PDF exists. If you want this PDF for your own study purposes, it is in the Campaign Codex Discord in the Red Veil channel. You can just go in there and find it. It will not be linked in the YouTube video description. I am sorry. Then we get into the next map. The next map that we have is the Grim Tangle. The Grim Tangle has a bunch of different mnemonics that people use. The best notes that are recent are Angormus's notes. If you look at Angormus's notes, which we will look through together here, you can see that there are layouts where when you come in, what you do is you follow Angormus's notes here. One second. What you do is you, there are 4 base layouts: spiral, hook, V-shaped, and straight. Always hug the checkpoint side wall. This is hard to conceptualize. I'm bad at this layout. But you hug the checkpoint side wall, and then the shape of this will reveal things to you. However, please note that you can identify things pretty quickly by just attempting to follow the overworld map direction. So if you try to follow the overworld map direction, you will get pretty close. So for example, all of these are from Solo Self-Found Softcore Rise of the Abyssal, aka 0.3. In every single case, Angormus's screenshots are going to show us that the correct exit is to the left or up, right? So it's to the left or up, to the left or up. If I pick another random one, it's going to be to the left. It's going to be to the left. It's going to be entrance, exit, left. Entrance, exit, left. Try to go left and up. And the reason for that is the same as before. If I show you the overworld map here, in the league where those were connected, you can see that the Grellwood is here. You can see that the Grim Tangle is here, and the Cemetery of Eternals is here. So this line is left and up going. And therefore, if you want just the league start advice, which is also, by the way, what I do in races, I don't have Grim Tangle memorized yet, you can just go to the left and up. Okay? Now, let's talk about Cemetery of the Eternals, where no one has solved Cemetery of the Eternals yet. So we'll pick this sort of chili pepper orange color here, and this will be our Cemetery of the Eternals. Cemetery of the Eternals. Okay, Cemetery of the Eternals. Pretty simple map in general. There are multiple known layouts. Please don't just post random GIF links in my chat, thank you. We have 7 TV emotes. We have channel emotes. Cemetery of the Eternals, pretty simple zone. You are always going to walk into the zone with our little gate here, where Lachlan is complaining about his family. Then we're going to have the Grim Tangle entrance here. And so this is where we're going to come from the Grim Tangle. And then we know immediately upon entering the zone that we can map hack in our mind and know automatically that this wall extends like this, and this wall extends like this, and that it is approximately this size of a map. What up, Stellar6? Thank you for the first time chat. It was a good GIF. All right, fine. All right, fine. We'll pull up the GIF. If it's bad, we're banning Faust from chat. All right, fine. Fine. It was Chinese kid learns knowledge by pouring over his face. Maybe not Chinese kid. Maybe I don't understand. If this is some other ethnicity of child, I'm a bad person. But it's small child learns knowledge by pouring into their head. Now, we're in the Cemetery of the Eternals. I want you, as the League Start player, to know that no one has memorized this zone yet. Okay? So I'm going to do something silly here. This is the size of your light radius. Okay? So you, the player, are a little dot, and you can see this far on the map. Okay? As you walk around. What that means is that your light radius is this wide. Okay? Therefore, you should measure that far from the wall in your head, and you should walk along a line that is one light radius width from the edge of the map, and look for key tells. Okay? So I'm going to teach you a couple of key tells here. I have a small question. I played patches 1 and 2 and had to skip patch 3. So before patch 4, what do you suggest me to learn, research, or even get into the game and study so I can prep as best as possible? Watch GGG live in 2 days, and then we will have patch notes and I'll be able to answer that question. For now, just chill. Play a different game on your backlog for another couple days. Hang out on Twitch. All the theory crafting and stuff is going to start in the next couple of days. We don't have an answer yet. So, to go back, we're in Cemetery of the Eternals. We want to find 3 things. One is, we know that there is a guaranteed ring in a little alcove that is shaped like this, with a checkpoint in front of it here. We know that Asinia's dungeon tends to spawn against a flat wall with a checkpoint next to it here. So this is Asinia. This is the sarcophagus with the ring in it. And then we know that Draven's dungeon, so no O.3 mechanics that I should get acquainted with. There was a League mechanic called Abyssal. It will not be core to the campaign. There was no new class. There were a couple of new ascendancies, and there were new lineage supports that came into the game. But right now we're locked in on map reading. I'm recording for YouTube, so I want to answer your question, but it'll have to be a different time. And then Draven's dungeon is a freestanding pillar with a checkpoint next to it that tends to spawn with a block around it. So like this will be an impenetrable wall. And in the case of Draven's dungeon, it frequently spawns as an outjut on the map like this, or for example, like this. And in the case of Asinia's dungeon, it tends to be the case that there will be blocker tiles, and then there will be a rigidly square set of angles on the thing that contains Asinia's dungeon. So if you're walking in the map and all the buildings are like ragged shapes on your overlay, like this, okay? And then you suddenly see a building that has perfectly square sides, you should believe that, like, maybe if I walk around this, this will be Asinia's dungeon. Okay, so if you start seeing right angles, I want you to think to yourself, neuron activation. I need the neuron activation meme. 1 second. I need the neuron activation meme. 1 second. If you see right angles, I want you to become this monkey and go, neuron activation, and I want you to think Asinia's dungeon nearby. Okay, but what you're going to do is you're going to take your large light radius, your light radius is this large, and you're just going to walk near enough that your light radius just barely kisses the boundary of the map. And then if you see something that looks like this, or if you see the right angles, you need to immediately go neuron activation and deviate from your planned path of just making a loop around this, okay? This zone is not solved at speedrunner level yet, meaning there is no like perfect environmental tell where I can like flex that I've memorized Red Veil, okay? So you're just going to go ahead and plan to use your light radius. You're going to conceive of your light radius as a brush. You're going to conceive of the large imaginary rectangle that you're inside as a canvas, and you're going to start by just barely painting the edges of the canvas with your light radius, and then as you need, you know then that, for example, the minimum size of Draven's tile is, say, this big. You know that Draven has to be in a tile at least this large, which means that then if you go back to thinking about your big old light radius brush, I don't need to perfectly overlap with the path I've already cleared, because I can do something like this, where the gap between what I've seen and what I haven't seen is thinner than this tile size, and that means that you can cover less area. So to like draw it just from full scratch and show you what I mean, when you enter into the map, you immediately see a wall with Lachlan standing next to it, and you've entered from this. You immediately, in your head, draw this immense rectangle. And then now I want you to mentally become a painter where your brush is your light radius, and I want you to sweep out the edges of the map, looking for the key tells of, if you see right angles, you should immediately believe that that is Acinia. If you see square blockers on the map, like if you see an oblong little thing like this, where it goes and it won't let you past it, Acinia, if you're like here, you should check the other side of this. If you see an unusually long, skinny block like this, that's one thing. The other thing is if you suddenly start seeing buildings that have big right angles and perfectly flat, straight walls, you should believe that Acinia is probably connected to that. And then other than that, you're just going to assume that you need to sort of minimally cover the map with your light radius, so your actual realistic path may look like this, and then you're not quite overlapping your brush strokes on the canvas, so that way you can cover things more efficiently. Okay, so you don't want to 100% reveal the map, you just want to get through this as quickly as possible while looking for all the rest of this. Then we're going to talk about Acinia's dungeon first, then we will talk about Mausoleum of the Praetor. So now we're going to talk about Tomb of the Consort. Tomb of the Consort has a racer level solution. It is not polished yet. Both Guy That Dies and I have different solutions. The memorization intensive solution is very hard to explain because we haven't written up nice notes. So you need to be careful about that. But Tomb of the Consort always starts with a tile that for some reason reminds me of a banjo. It always starts where you enter and there's this little sort of horn-shaped tile with an alcove on it like this, and then this will connect to a big hallway. The other thing that this looks like to me is a uterus. If you want to do that, you can. You can imagine a uterus, and we can talk about this as being the uterus tile. Okay? If you want, you can imagine that the tile is a uterus. Now, I want you to know that when you enter this and you see all these little pillars and whatever, okay, I want you to check both sides of this hallway, because there are a couple of key tells that can occur here that I want you to know. So I will draw an extremely generic Tomb of the Consort, and then I will give you a bunch of variational information that I use to feel my way through the zone. So in Tomb of the Consort, you can enter in the entrance hallway tile, which looks like this, and then that will connect to a long square hallway like this, and this will connect to a big ring like this. So we're just going to go ahead and imagine that this is a loop. Okay, so this is your entrance. You come in here, there's a little fake alcove here, and then you're going to check to this hallway. The first thing that I want you to do, as we're looking for two important things early on in our league start. One is that there is a support gem, which we call the ambush. Okay, there's going to be a yellow chest with a ghost on top of it, and we're going to walk up and spook that ghost. A mob of enemies is going to spawn, including one rare knight with random modifiers. We're going to kill all those. He's going to drop us a guaranteed support gem. That's dope. And then the other thing, of course, is that we want to find the boss arena. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to come in here and I want you to find both of these corners first. So you're going to walk here, then you're going to checkpoint hop back to the beginning, and then you're going to walk here. Okay? And your goal is to identify these two corners. The reason I want you to find these two corners is because there is a little bottleneck into alcove, okay? And this would be the ambush, and this can occur super frequently. It can occur spawned connected to this corner directly in this parallel direction, or spawned connected to this corner directly in this perpendicular direction on either side. So it can spawn here, it can spawn here, it can spawn here, it can spawn here, okay? So that would give you information right away. If it is in one of these early positions where it's connected to those immediate map corners, I want you to generically assume that the path that you should follow is to loop back along the opposite hallway. So let's say that this was our solution. You would then generically assume that the boss is as far away as possible, and the path I want you to follow is this path. Okay? This is not a 100% consistent way to find the boss. There is a 100% consistent map algorithm that is being written. However, much like Red Veil, some of the obelisks can be in multiple positions. Okay? So if you find it in one of these early positions, I want you to double back across this main hallway. You can checkpoint reset back to here if you want, and then go the opposite way. And that is a heuristic, not a perfect solution. The other thing that can happen in Tomb of the Consort that I want you to be aware of is that you can spawn into that original hallway here. So this shape here, and then it comes into this hallway, and then on one side the hallway is blocked and you can't progress. If that happens, you're then going to go and follow this hallway, and it's going to branch toward the middle at some point. And I want you to generically assume that somewhere in this region-ish, where the block occurs, is likely to be the ambush. So again, we see that little squiggly alcove that has the ambush in it. And then if we do that, we then want to double back, and the boss is likely to be on the same side. So in this particular map example that I've drawn, a realistic path of exploration would look something like this. We would spawn in. We would check here and see that it is blocked. We would then follow this hallway. We would check and find the alcove here. Then this hallway would connect up. We would follow this hallway and check this region for the boss, and the last place we would check is this region for the boss. Okay? Now, there is a rare layout that can occur, which is a fun layout. It's the best layout. It's called the reversed layout, where the boss can occur, where when you enter in your little hallway, you check here and you find the corners, and the corners force you to go backwards relative to your entrance direction. When that happens, it will almost always be the case that the ambush is along one of these entrance hallways. So if I were to run over here and see that it forces me down this direction, I would then run all the way back and check here for the ambush. Then when this occurs, it will be the case that there will be this same big looping square hallway that we always expect. And the boss arena most typically is in this corner or is interior to the map. So then what we would do is we would run in here, see the reversed corner, run back here, get our ambush complete, and then follow the hallway to check these two positions. Now, there is one more special layout that can occur for Tomb of the Consort. In Tomb of the Consort, there's also a layout which has an interior shape like this. When you see the interior shape like this, meaning when you enter into your little hallway and then you follow your shapes and it forces you to walk a hallway shape that follows this Z pattern, you should assume that we are going to have the boss interior to this or in this corner. Okay, so if you see asymmetrical early break, you should assume that the boss is either interior to the map or in the far corner that, like, the little capybara is looking at the stars here. So this is, of course, the capybara. If you aren't familiar, a capybara is a very large South American land rodent, and clearly this guy is a little capybara. This is the capybara. He's chilling. You can see he's got his little square head. He's got a little square head. He's got a big square body. He's got a big square body. This is the capybara. And if the capybara isn't thinking about the boss, he's looking up at the stars where the boss are. Okay. Now, I want to point out, this zone is like 90% solved in people's private notes, and there's no perfect solution out there in the world yet. So as a consequence, like, this is very subject to change in the next couple of weeks. Okay. Then let's talk about Mausoleum of the Praetor. Mausoleum of the Praetor is a very solved zone. If you want to memorize all the individual zones, you can. My Discord is blowing up. 1 second. Someone's DMing me. Holy shit. Oh, it's just my friend asking if I want to play Baldur's Gate. All right. Then we are in Mausoleum of the Praetor. Mausoleum of the Praetor. Okay. Mausoleum of the Praetor is an extremely solved zone, and this should be the first zone that you solve. Okay? If you want to save time on League Start, this is the zone to learn. Because Mausoleum of the Praetor is a big 6x7 unit rectangle. I'll try and draw it roughly 6x7. Okay. Mausoleum of the Praetor is a big 6x7 rectangle. You will always start near a map corner. So your entrance tile is going to start like this, let's say. And you enter in from your little circular obelisk with your portal like this. Okay. You need to do a little bit of exploring, so you can, like, look at this wall and find that there's a flat wall here, and you can look at this wall and find that there's a flat wall here. Okay. Now you know what corner you're in. Once you know what corner you're in, by just brushing up against the sides of the arena here, you then know that you want to go vaguely this direction. When you go vaguely that direction, you're going to find a tile in the middle of the map that has 4 corridors in it and a circle in the middle. Okay. This is called the wheel tile, and the wheel tile helps you orient yourself to the center of the map. So now you know what the long direction is, because, like I said, you spawn in the corner, but you don't know if this is the long side or this is the long side. The wheel tile, when you enter into the map and you go like this, and the wheel tile is beneath you, you now know, oh, this has to be the long direction. You then traverse your way through, and you check the opposite corner to the one that you entered in for Draven's boss room. If Draven's boss room is not in the opposite corner, which it will be in 83.33% of all possible layouts, then the next corner to check is the one that is along the long wall relative to the entrance. Okay? Okay, so what you're going to do, your realistic pathing algorithm here is to enter, check the middle, find the wheel tile, continue to work through, check the opposite corner, If you get owned and it's not in the opposite corner, you then need to go to the opposite side here. So for example, if I take my character and I go to Mausoleum of the Praetor, whoops, I need to go to town and then to Mausoleum of the Praetor, my bad. Okay, so if I go here, I go Mausoleum of the Praetor, I go Mausoleum of the Praetor, I enter, I immediately see that this is a wall, and I then brush up against this, and it happens to be the case that I know that this top boundary is a wall, which means I need to go down in this map. I get blocked here. And then now I'm just trying to go straight down. Okay, I now find my little plus sign shaped tile. I'll put it over a darker portion of the map. I find this plus sign shape that I was talking about earlier. That tells me that this is the long direction. So now I'm going to go ahead and check this corner here. And when I check this corner, I have found the boss arena. Okay. This is the long direction on this map. This is the short direction. So then if it weren't this corner, I would then checkpoint back to here, and I would go and check down in this corner. Okay, so that's how you blindly know where this is. I'll do one more example for you guys, just to give you one more chance at seeing someone run it. Okay, so we see some zone up here, which means that it's likely to be the case that this over here is a corner. So now this is a corner of the map. I then want to go check the far left corner, and I'm still looking for that wheel tile to help me orient myself and confirm my suspicions. Okay, so I'm just trying to get to the left. I once again find this plus sign shaped tile, right? You can see here's the plus sign that I'm talking about, 4 with a circle. And then I'm going to go ahead and try to get to the left in the map. Okay. And I come down here, and I have found the boss arena. So look at how little of the map I had to explore to do this. Checked what corner I was in, found the wheel tile, and now here is the boss arena. Okay. So that's how you do Mausoleum of the Praetor. Okay, then we have ourselves a Lachlan fight. And in the Lachlan fight, we then get out into the hunting grounds. Woo! Everybody's favorite zone, the hunting grounds. The hunting grounds, I'm going to say this at the beginning of every single zone. The hunting grounds is a large open rectangle. Okay. Hunting grounds, large open rectangle. Now, suppose we enter, and all we can see is this, with our little waypoint and our little checkpoint, okay? We mentally draw the large orange rectangle based on that information, and then there are multiple things, many, many things, that we want to find in this map on our league start. We want to find the Dryadic Ritual, which gives a support gem, okay? We want to find the Crowbell for our weapon set points. We want to find Freythorn. And we want to find the exit. Now, what that means for you is that if you care about finding Freythorn and the exit, you should generically believe the overworld map. Now, this is the first zone where I want to give a big caveat. If I go back to the game and I show you my overworld map, you can see that in the league that I am showing you right now, which is Softcore, Solo Self-Found, Rise of the Abyssal, so 0.3, Softcore SSF, you can see that Freythorn is directly to the south of Hunting Ground, and that directly to the west is Augum Farmland. What you would then expect, because you believe Coach Crimson, is that if you come to Hunting Grounds, I should spawn in a way that matches the overworld map. But notice, this does not match the overworld map, because Cemetery of the Eternals, this should be the wall I spawned in on. Look at the connection here from Hunting Grounds to Cemetery of the Eternals. It should point this way, but mine points this way. To draw it for you, docs, draw, whee, path of exile. So what we should expect is to spawn along a wall this way, and what actually happened in our map is that we spawned along a wall this way, right? So this is bugged, okay? So I am giving you the caveat in advance, okay? Trust the overworld map with 70% confidence, and you're just gonna get owned in 1/3 of layouts, okay? Now, the thing that I want to tell you is that if we go back to our paint here, is that you should, if you believe the layout, for example, in the one that I just showed you, the overworld map would guide you to believe that the exit to Augum Farmlands is west pointing, and therefore if you wanted to go directly to the exit, you would want to surf this wall, but that would mean that all of this you wouldn't see. Now, that's bad. So what I want you to do instead is Hunting Ground is a really good place to full clear because it is a level 10 zone, and level 10 is where crossbow builds can get their upgraded sturdy crossbow that you can kill Geonor with. You can get up to level 12 weapons by killing the Crowbell or rare monsters, because they can drop 2 things above this. And this is a good opportunity to farm for higher tier flasks, because level 10 flasks are going to be here. So I'm giving you the counterintuitive advice that if you're 1 or 2 levels under leveled, this is the zone that you want to use that same paintbrush technique where we use our light radius to full clear the rim of the map, because the middle of the map cannot contain things that we care about. It cannot contain the link to Freythorn, it cannot contain the Dryadic Ritual, it cannot contain the Crowbell, and it cannot contain the exit. The one thing that I do want to point out, though, if we go back to gameplay, though, is that if I run just straight into the middle of the map, I will, at some point, will I find it? Hopefully. Okay, so I found the Dryadic Ritual, which is actually not what I want to find. I'm going to just run vaguely into the middle of the map. I will at some point find a dirt path. Okay, I'm on a dirt path, and if I follow this dirt path to its conclusion, it will always lead me either to the exit, like in this case, okay, or if I go back and I find the same dirt path again, so I just run into the middle of the map. This dirt path will always spawn, and it will always connect you on one side to the exit, and on the other side, if I follow the dirt path all the way, it'll lead you to a fake exit, okay? So with that information, you should be able to, if you get lost in the middle of the Hunting Grounds map, and you know generically what direction the overworld map is pointing you, if I respawn at checkpoint, and I had the knowledge that the overworld map tells me the exit should be west pointing, if I saw that same dirt path, I have a 70% chance, I am telling you, when I see this dirt path, right? The dirt path, one part of it is west pointing and the other point of it is east pointing. And I'm telling you that right now, because of a bug that will eventually be solved, there is a 70% chance in current patch that the one that corresponds to the overworld map direction is the win. Okay. So like, I'm telling you right now, you're a PoE player. We slam exalts as a gamble all the time. You slam your divine orbs as a gamble all the time. You're a gambling man or woman or non-binary person. And I want you to, in your head, just accept that right now, because of this bug, there is no perfect map read. for the information that I'm giving you, and you're just gonna accept that when you find the dirt path, you're just gonna accept that this is the gamble you're taking, and there's a 70% chance of it being west, and if you get owned, that's life. Okay? But I want you to use your paintbrush technique to just wall surf this and find the things that you care about. If you skip the support gem, you better have a reason to do so. You better not need that support gem, or else Coach Crimson's going to be very mad. Crowbell is mandatory. I don't care who you are. You can skip Freythorn. I totally authorize you to skip spirit skills. That's totally allowed. But you want to farm experience in here because you're probably going to enter at level 7 or 8, and I want you to leave this zone high level 9 or level 10. Okay, I want you to be like level 9, 70% experience, and all the mobs in here are like juicy, good, delicious experience. You can potentially get flask upgrades, armor chest upgrades, you can get movement speed boots, all the good things start happening here. You're good, like, transition to the second half of the act happens in here. Now, let's go back to our Microsoft Paint. So, we close my draw dock. So we've got hunting grounds done. We're going to talk about Augum Farmland. Dear YouTube commenters, look at me. Dear YouTube commenters, why did he skip Freythorn? Does he hate Freythorn? I hate Freythorn. Okay? I'm going to talk about Freythorn for 10 seconds. I'm going to talk about Freythorn for 10 seconds, and then we're going to move on. Freythorn is a bunch of, like, little pedestal things, and they're all connected, and they're inside of a big invisible rectangle. If you find the boss arena first, in the center of it is going to be a little tornado that goes whoosh, 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 whoosh. If you find this before you find the other rituals, they're going to be little wispy tendril things, and the little wispy tendril things are going to point in the direction of the other rituals. So, for example, if I entered into this map and I saw this here and I cleared this ritual and then I found the boss arena next, I would see little wispy tendrils that point this way and this way, and that would tell me that I need to clear this direction and this direction to draw it into different colors so you can see it looks like this and this. So you would believe the whoosh, 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 and you would see this and you would believe it, okay? Everyone hates Freythorn. Fuck Freythorn. It's bad. GGG, please fix. There's a 1 in 12 chance of you getting the really good Freythorn. If you're in the really good Freythorn on League Start, congratulations. Please join my Discord. Link is in the doobly-doo, and you can flex on me. Oh my god, Crimson, I got the 1 in 12 God Freythorn, and I will respond with a cookie emoji, and you will get 1 cookie for having the good Freythorn, okay? I'll give you a cookie as a react to you sending me a screenshot of the good Freythorn. If you're in the good Freythorn, you will know what it is. Talk about Freythorn gets me fucking stretched out. Now, Spaghetti Banana, you're wrong. I love you, but you're wrong. The little point at the... Okay, doesn't matter. They point at the rituals you haven't done yet. It's 1 in 12. The good Freythorn is 1 in 12, I promise. Now, I mean, the real good Freythorn is a Freythorn that you skip. Okay, I'm going to draw this Augum Village. We're talking about, excuse me, not Augum Village. We're talking about Augum Village. Not Augum Village. We're talking about Augum Farmland. We're talking about Augum Farmland. Okay. Okay, we're talking about Augum Farm. Augum Farm, I'm going to draw. You need to be able to flip this in your head. Okay? Now, I am going to refer to the wiggle tile. I'm not going to put it behind my face. We're going to refer to the wiggle tile. I want to show you a single example of the wiggle tile. The wiggle tile is also, by other speedrunners, called the wagon tile. The wagon tile is a better name. I simply am incapable of calling it the wagon tile because wiggle tile is what I call it. Now, if I show you the wiggle tile, I want you to understand that it's called wiggle because it wiggles. Okay, this is the wiggle tile. You'll notice that it's called the wiggle tile because everything else in here is all straight lines. Okay, look at all these straight lines on my screen right now. Okay, and then if I show you the wiggle tile, wiggles. So if I look, I'm going to trace the map for you guys right now so you can see it in bold, bright, beautiful colors. Okay, so we have wiggly line. Okay, wiggly line. And then we have wiggly line, entrance, wiggly line. And then everything else is straight line, 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 straight line. So look at all these straight lines. And then this is the wiggle tile. Crimson is a crazy person, and he calls it the wiggle tile when we can quite clearly see that the wiggle tile is made out of wagons. Okay? So, when we see these wagons, like this, we immediately know that Una's loot is on the opposite side. So to go back to Microsoft Paint, we enter into the map, and we will have a tile that allows us to exit one side like this, and another side like this, and then we will have straight line, straight line, straight line, straight line, straight line, straight line, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Every entrance tile has a high side, which is closer to the entrance hallway, and a low side, which is closer to the entrance hallway. Then at some point, our path will lead us to a wiggly bit, which is composed out of wagons, broken down covered wagons, like we're on the Oregon Trail. And when we see the wiggle tile, we know that we have to, in some way, go around it, and behind it will be Una's loot, which we are very excited about. When we see Una's loot, we immediately go, and we go, no, we see the wiggle tile, neuron activation! And then we immediately get very excited, and we know Una's loot is behind the wiggle tile. We're always very excited about this. Okay? So that's the first thing that we want to find, is we find the wiggle tile, and we immediately go, neuron activation. We put away our capybara friend. We go, neuron activation, and we immediately know where Una's loot is. We are very excited, okay? Because it is always the case that the wiggle tile has Una's loot on the other side of it. So this is just a blocker that forces us to run around, okay? So that's one thing. That's how we do the first bit. Then we bless up, okay? We sit here and we go, bless up, and we bless the campaign codex people who have told us the deep, dark magic of Augum Farmland. I believe it's Liloken or Fire MCG. There's a speedrunner. I want to give them correct credit. Let me actually just pull up their shit right now so I can make sure I say the correct name, because I want people to get credit for their cool contributions to stuff. Yeah, this is Liloken. Okay. We're gonna bless up to a speedrunner who's helping us with our league starts. This is Liloken. Liloken like drops like insane map knowledge. He as his profile picture indicates, he is a goat, and we thank him. And what we do is, when we enter into this and we see the wiggle tile is always has Una's loot behind it. Let me pick a more typical example here. And when we see the wiggle tile, it has Una's loot behind it, and on the actual map, Una's loot will always have like a perpendicular V-shape dirt path next to it. So if I go back to the game, and you see what I'm talking about, this is the hut that has Una's loot in it, and then you will see that there's a dirt path that points one way, and a dirt path that points the other way, and then there will be a wall. Okay. I now know that I can completely ignore I can completely ignore this side of the map. This side of the map is garbage because I have a dirt path here and a dirt path here. Okay. Now, I'm going to refer to two different directions. I want you guys to use the same vocabulary I do as this. Our entrance hallway pointed this direction, which makes this map direction the conventional direction. Okay? The conventional direction is the direction that the entrance hallway points. We run in, we see the wiggle tile, we run around, we get Una's loot, and then Papa Crimson, Coach Crimson, is saying continue the conventional direction, and if you get owned down here, then you should double back toward the Liloken direction. Liloken says that you should do the reverse of this, which I totally understand. So the other way of doing this is to follow the Liloken direction, and then if you get pushed down here, you should go this direction. Okay. So the way that Liloken would run this is he would run in, he would get Una's loot, then he would go over here, and if there's a wall here, it will then force him to go down here, where he will find the exit, and he would win this way. I don't want you to do that. I want you to do the opposite of that. To be clear, what I am giving you is suboptimal advice if you are a racer. The reason that I want League Start players to run the conventional direction first is because if you are a League Start player, you want to run into Vargir the Feral Mutt, and Vargir the Feral Mutt, if the exit was here and you ran the Liloken way, and you did this, Vargir is here and you will not find him. And Vargir drops a guaranteed tier 4 skill gem, and we want that on our League Start characters, and we don't care about that on our speedrun characters. So the Liloken pathing is to run the perpendicular direction first, and the Crimson League Start advice is to run the conventional direction first and then surf the wall back up if we need to. Okay? This is the map hack in your mind way of thinking about things. The speedrunners are going to do the Liloken thing. You shouldn't do that on your League Start, because getting that level 4 skill gem allows you to upgrade a skill, and we're about to enter into Augum Village, Manor Ramparts, all these zones that have like really big, complicated map reads in them, okay? And so we're gonna do that. Now let's talk about Augum Village. Augum Village, everyone's favorite zone to ask Papa Crimson about. Papa Crimson gets nothing but questions about Augum Village every single stream, even from speedrunners. So, welcome to Coach Crimson's coaching session. We have entered into Augum Village. The Augum Village, if we look at our overlay map in the league that I am currently in, okay? In the league that I am currently in, we know that the manor, this is our Augum Village. We know that our entrance direction is here, and we know that our Manor Ramparts direction is here on our overworld map. You see what I'm talking about? So what we believe when we enter the map, remember, we have a 70% chance on League Start of this being true. There is a bug that can make this untrue. Extremely variably, we're going to say that there's like a 1/3 chance of getting owned. If you get owned, it's not my fault. The name that I want you to shake your fist in the air and curse is a level design developer called Suna. Okay, Suna is actually helping us. When we discovered this bug, we had a conversation, we reported it to the devs. Suna is a level design developer who hangs out in the Campaign Codex Discord and like is actually a very helpful and nice person. This is a joke. The developers are good people who are trying to help us fix bugs in the game. This is a meme. This is a meme. Do not bully the devs. This is a joke. If the overworld map is correct, which it is in Rise of the Abyssal solo self-found in this particular zone, then what we need to do is just go left, right? If we want to go left, then, like, we're good to go, right? We just go left, and then what we want to find is Renly's tools, and you'll notice Renly's tools, there's an anvil on my mini-map here, and that tells me that it's at the south end. That's your League Start player advice. Trust the overworld map. And if you get owned because the overworld map lied to you, I want you to shake your fist in the air and go, Suna! The same way that Al Kaiser says, Zaki! Because Zaki does the combat encounters, balancing. And I want you to shake your fist at Suna, the level design silver. And I want you to go, God damn it, Suna! In reality, Suna is a level design developer. We only know like all this map information because we've been able to have conversations with the level design developers. We only know that this is a bug because of Suna giving us information that we asked for, and we're helping the speedrun community. The campaign codex people are in conversation with Suna. He's like just in the Discord. He's extremely cool and helpful, or she. I actually don't know anything about Suna in real life. All I know is that their Discord name is Suna, and that their Discord profile picture is a picture of Risu, who is an NPC in Act 2. In any case, we shake our fist in the air and we yell Suna. Now, let's talk about some League-specific stuff that you will need to flip or rotate in your head if you want to get good at the game. If you want to get, like, real good, I want you to conceive of this zone as being shaped like a lozenge. Okay, so when I refer to a lozenge-shaped zone, what I really mean is a shape like this. If you want to think of this as being an American football, by which I mean a gridiron football, a hand egg, you are more than welcome to do that. If you're like from another country, you can think of it as being rugby ball shaped. Okay? What we're going to do when we enter into this zone is we enter into the zone and we have our little entrance wall here, and we immediately just draw our lozenge shape in our head, rugby ball, American gridiron football, whatever we think. We then immediately decide that we are going to surf the top wall. If we find Renly's tools here, then we're good. If we don't find Renly's tools there, then we are going to look at this map boundary, and we are going to ask, is it made out of huts or is it made out of castle? Okay? I will show you what I mean. If it is made out of huts, then we are going to go from the boss arena checkpoint straight down, and we're going to look for Renly's tools here. If it is made out of castle, we are going to checkpoint hop back to our beginning, and we are going to surf this wall and look for it here. Okay? This tell is inconsistent. If you get owned, yell at me in my Twitch chat after giving your 2 subs to me to get your League Start cosmetic support a streamer stuff. So, when we enter into this zone, we generically believe the overworld map. If the overworld map is wrong, we go, damn it, Suna, and then we actually thank Suna for their help in like all the level design stuff for making the game that we want, and then we just have to wander around randomly, and I'm sorry. We surf the north edge of the map because it's possible Renly's tools are along the north edge. When we are looking for Renly's tools, we are always going to look for a big dome-shaped tile with a checkpoint and a narrow entrance. Could be a big dome-shaped tile this way with a checkpoint and a narrow entrance. And that would let us know that we're near Renly's tools. And the way that we're going to decide what to do is we surf the north edge. If the north edge does not contain the tools, then we ask ourselves, is this map boundary made out of castle? Or is it made out of huts? And that lets us know which direction to go. I will run the zone 1 time. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and go as far left as I can. Going left and north, left and up, if you will. Okay. So I'm just trying to get over to the boss arena. In a real setting, I would be taking experience and whatever along the way, but I'm just trying to go left and up. Okay. Then we will get over to the boss arena. The boss arena is right here. We click on this, and you see how this has a castle-y bit? This is a wall that's made out of castle, right here. So then we generically believe, with some amount of confidence, that Renly's tools are going to be down here. And we see our little dome-shaped bit with a checkpoint and a narrow hallway, and Renly's tools are in here. Okay? If there had been no castle-y bit, meaning if we hadn't seen this little bit of castle, then I would have come to this checkpoint instead, and I would have looked down here. But since I saw castle-y bit, I believed instead that it was here. So if this whole boundary had been huts with no castle bit, okay, if it had all looked like thatched huts like this, and there had been no castle-y bit, I would have gone over here instead of over here. You're going to need to flip this in your head on League Start, so we've got to do geometry. I am sorry. Now, let's talk about Manor Ramparts, everybody's favorite zone. Manor Ramparts, woo! Okay. Manor Ramparts. Give it up for Manor Ramparts. Everybody clap in chat for Manor Ramparts, please. Manor Ramparts. Okay. In Manor Ramparts. In Manor Ramparts, we enter through a little gate. And then there's a wall here. And there's waypoint here. Okay. So this is for Manor Ramparts. Thank you for giving it up for Manor Ramparts, everybody in Twitch chat. What we're going to do is we are going to run to the opposite side of the waypoint. So the way that I drew this, we would enter like this. We see that the waypoint is here, and we're going to run away from the waypoint. Waypoints are scary. We don't like waypoints. We are then going to generically believe that if we see a wall here, we're going to believe that that wall is real, and we're going to flip everything that I'm about to say. Okay? So if you see a wall in that position, and it prevents you from doing what I'm about to describe, you flip the entire map in your head. But let's say that we don't see a wall there. Okay? What we're going to do is we are now going to believe that this wall here is the truth. We believe this wall is the truth. And what we're going to do is we're going to hug this wall. We love this wall. We kiss it. We want to take it to a candlelit dinner. We want to be near it. We want to tell it sweet little nothings. Okay, and at some point, this wall is going to bend back like this. And our path is just to, like, keep being parasocially engaged with this wall, and it will always hairpin. Okay? It will always hairpin. Always. So then the manor is going to be in this direction. So once we've completed our 2 turns, this is 1 turn, and this is 1 turn, then we're just going to believe that the manor is here, and that slightly off of this path up here, if you want the support gem from the gallows, it'll be up there. That's just what you're going to believe, and that's going to be right, like, most of the time. There are rare layouts. I don't have the rare layouts for this zone memorized. I think Guy That Dies has a couple of tips here that I don't have. If you're like a racer person, you can hit up Guy That Dies. But if you're a League Start player, all that I want you to do is just believe that wall and follow this wall, believing that it will hairpin, and then once it hairpins, I want you to go this way. Okay? So I'll run this zone 1 time. Give it up for the 1-time zone run. Whee! So I'll run this zone 1 time. Okay? I enter into this zone. You can see that my little entrance, I would have initially been standing next to these gates. I see that waypoint. I go, ah, waypoint scary. And then I now believe that this wall is the truth. Okay? And I immediately get blocked off, so we flip all the advice that I just gave you on my head, and now we run toward the waypoint, and we believe this wall is the truth. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. And then now we're just going to continue being in our parasocial romantic relationship with this wall. Okay. And we just hang out here. We run the zone one time. We complete our first turn. We dodge the mobs. And then we run back this way. And now we just go ahead and we generically believe that the manor is here-ish. We've completed our turn. We want to believe that the manor is here-ish, so we're just going to run mostly left. So no longer left and down, just left. Okay. And we should, if this is a conventional layout, find the entrance to the manor. Ooh, weird layout. Not that weird. Pretty normal layout. Okay. And so this is how we found the manor. Okay, we just wall plugged here. No problem. We're doing another one right now on Dunia. We're teaching map reading right now. Okay. So then if we wanted the support gem, we would generically believe that the support gem is just a little bit off the path, and we would guess that the support gem is here. I'm going to take some cast speed, I guess. And so we would then, if we wanted the support gem, we would look at this boundary here, and we would guess that the support gem is up there. I'll go ahead and check. I'm not super confident in this support gem advice, because I skipped the support gem in most of the speedruns. But we would believe that the support gem is over here-ish. This is the wall that we jumped over at the beginning of the campaign. And so the support gem should be here. Okay, and then we would be able to click on this rope and get the support gem. Okay, so if we wanted to minimally run the zone, we would run away from the waypoint. We happened to get blocked on the wall here, so we flipped the advice in our head. We then followed the hairpin, and then we just kept going as far left as the map would do us. This wall forced us to go up, but we were just trying to go left, and we ran into the manor. And then since we wanted the support gem as an example, I just believed it was here. It wasn't quite exactly here. I searched. It was a little bit offset from where I expected it to be. And so that is our tip for running Manor Ramparts. We run away from the waypoint. We go, ah! Waypoint! Terrifying! Ah! We ran into a wall, and we were forced to face our fears, so we steeled ourselves! And we ran back past the waypoint. We did a hairpoint, and then we ran over here. And we just tried to get as far in the hairpin direction as we could. Once we had completed our 1, 2 turns, or 1 turn, 2 turns, we then were just following the hairpin direction and surfing up here. Okay. Now, if I wanted to fully explore this zone, just to show you a little bit of how much time you saved by following my advice, we didn't need to clear any of this stuff that I'm about to show you. Okay, so we didn't clear that. You'll notice this mostly bottlenecked us, and then this big open area here we didn't need to clear. There's one thing I didn't understand and wanted to ask. Can you explain the difference between the F and WH sound? Yes, this is an extremely nerdy point. For anyone who doesn't know, we are talking about Whakapanu Island. I will go ahead and respawn at checkpoint. So this is like deeply off topic from map reading, but we're going to have a linguistics lesson, and we're going to learn about Polynesian consonant sounds that don't exist in English. So if you're an English speaker and you make the sound F, like if you pick a word like fit or fat, you'll notice that the F sound that I make, if I make my face cam larger so you can see this, the F sound in the word fit is made with my lower lip and my upper teeth. Fit. Flimsy. Film. Okay, fit, flimsy film. All of that is labiodental. Labio from the Latin for lip, dental from the Latin for teeth. You'll notice that the V sound in English is also labiodental. Va, vavoom, voluptuous, vim, vigor, vinegar. Okay. However, that sound is voiced. I'm going as I make the F sound. Va, 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 va. It's a voiced sound. So those are just the voiced and unvoiced versions of the same mouth shape. The labiodental mouth shape makes the F and V sounds in English. We also in English have the unvoiced bilabial sound, meaning I go wah, 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 and that's the W sound in English, which is made with both of my lips. Wah, 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 is the voiced bilabial sound. If I make the unvoiced bilabial sound, it also sounds very, very similar to the unvoiced labiodental sound. Meaning if I go wah, 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 and then I take the humming away, I go fa, 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 which is different from fa, 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 fa. Okay? Extremely similar sounds to the English-speaking ear, but these are different sounds. In Polynesian languages, in particular Maori, and a lot of other South Pacific Polynesian languages that are spoken nearby, these two sounds are different. So you know how, for example, a lot of East Asian languages don't differentiate between la and ra? And so there's like a stereotype of Chinese speakers, for example, confusing L and R sounds. That's because there aren't words which differentiate between those two sounds in Chinese, and L and R are different in English. By Chinese, I mean specifically Mandarin. Okay? In Polynesian languages, in particular the Maori language, there is a difference between the sound fa with the V shape, the labiodental shape, and the bilabial shape. So fa and fa are different sounds which sound extremely similar because you grew up not differentiating between those sounds if you speak a common European language. So if you speak English, German, French, Spanish, Italian, Hungarian, Finnish, Swedish, you don't differentiate between those sounds in almost any European language that has a high population. I just don't happen to know about like Basque, for example, or various Andorran languages. I just don't know there. But I know, for example, in a lot of the Common Romance languages and Germanic languages and Nordic languages, this difference doesn't exist. The reason that Whakapanu Island is written with the WH is because the H is telling you to remove the voicing from the W. Okay? So, like, you could write the sound as F, but it's not actually the English language F sound. So the WH is similar to how in English we use H combined with S to produce sh, and we use H combined with T to produce f, right? That H is just a modifier for the previous letter that tells you it's a different sound. So it's the unvoiced W, fa. So make the W sound, wa, and then stop humming, fa. That's not the usual mouth shape that North American English speakers use to produce the F sound. Most North American English speakers and British English speakers will use fa with their teeth. Fa, 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 which is similar to the V sound. Vim, vigor, vinegar. It's all da, da, da. So that's the difference. That's all it is. So the reason that Whakapanu Island is written with a W and not an F is because it's actually not the same sound that most English speakers naturally use to produce that sound. This is just like a cool cultural fun fact. We're going to go back to map reading now. That's all. That's literally all it is. And so, like, their WH seems to be like the Swedish F sound then. That's dope to hear. I will have to look up stuff about Swedish phonetics after this, because we think this is cool. So let's go back, and now we're talking about Manor Ramparts. Give it up for Manor Ramparts. We did Manor Ramparts. Now we're going to talk about Augum Manor. Let's go back to Augum Manor. Now we're doing map reading. Okay. Oh. Whakawhairu has a whole other meaning now. I don't follow. Nice to meet you, Lukafo. But yeah, no, this is just like the only reason I know that is because I heard characters in the game and Jonathan in an interview pronounce Whakapanu Island as Whakapanu, and then I went and looked it up because I'm going to be representing PoE2 on stage at Games Done Quick, and I knew that it was probably something about Maori phonetics in real life and Karawi phonetics in the game. And I'm not from that part of the world, and I'm not Maori. And so I was like, well, shit, I better learn this so I could be culturally respectful to the Maori people. And so, because I'm going to be at Games Done Quick in front of like 50 to 80,000 people, and I have to pronounce this as someone who isn't a member of that culture, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. I want to understand the context for it. So that way I can, like, hopefully, since I am in some way, like, in some really abstract way, real-life Maori culture made it into the game, and I'm representing the game to the world, and so I'm, like, in this, like, extreme abstract secondhand way, being, like, a cultural ambassador. Like, not at all. This is just a thought. I was like, there's this piece of Maori culture and phonetics and language that I, a person who is not Maori, will need to represent. And I want to do like the most respectful job I possibly can, since I am not a member of that culture. I have like, I really want to do a good culturally respectful job. That was the thought. I was like, I want to get it right. Yeah. Is Jonathan Maori? No. Jonathan is, at least as far as I'm aware, Jonathan is not Maori. But, like, being from New Zealand, you would have more interaction with Maori speakers than I do, right? Because I'm from California in the United States. So I interact with, like, there are place names near me that are from the Spanish language, from when California was New Spain. And then there are also some Native American, like, coastal Miwok and Olmec, not Olmec, and, like, Chumash places near me. And so I know how to pronounce those things because I grew up with, like, place names near me that were, like, Native American names. Like Yosemite is a Native American name, or you know, Los Angeles, for example, is a Spanish name. And so I know a little bit about Spanish language phonetics and, like, Chumash and Miwok and Yosemite phonetics from, like, those cultural groups being near me, even though I am not a member of any of those cultural groups. So, like, figured I would, you know, someone from New Zealand would probably, even if they weren't Maori, be more familiar with how that works, because there would be places in New Zealand or people in New Zealand who have names with spellings that and pronunciations that are Maori in origin. So even if Jonathan isn't Maori, I would expect him to, like, just be more familiar with how the, like, lettering system works for that language, because it's probably on street signs and town names, and he's probably met people who have names that have spellings that work that way. So, all right, let's talk about the manor. The manor is really simple to read. There are a bunch of weird, rare layouts. So we're going to talk about it. In general, you should believe that when you enter the manor, that I'm going to refer to the bridge, okay? By the bridge, I mean the little path that passes through the, like, open air thing where you can see down into the basement of the manor, okay? So it's not actually a bridge in the conventional sense, but there's a narrow path where you then have this chasm as Count Geonor and his, like, minor people have, like, dug their way down into the basement, like they've burrowed through the whole thing. So you should believe that that bridge, just generically, just go ahead and have the pre-existing thought that the bridge is oriented like this. Okay? Just believe that. What that means is that tells you some things about the orientation of the original map. So if I just think that there is a shape that is specifically oriented like this, somewhere in the middle of the map, and then I enter the map, and my entrance tile orientation is I enter here, and then there are walls on three sides, and I'm forced to go this direction, it is probably the case that I do not need to go way out here, I mean, okay? Because if I am forced to cross that bridge, it has to be to either side of me. Okay? Like this, or like this. Okay? So on the first floor, you're not going to know where to go on a new league start. It happens in that SSF Rise of the Abyssal, the correct direction to go is this way. The same thing is true in the other orientation that this can have. So if you entered and your entrance tile was oriented like this, so there's a wall on 3 sides, and you're forced to go like this, you should just believe that you should go this direction, because you're just going to go ahead and have the belief, the perhaps wrong belief, that the bridge tile orientation is like this. So in the first floor, you're just going to believe, based on your entrance tile orientation, that it's shaped like that. The reason that I say you should have that belief is because so far in O.1, 2, and 3, as well as in private leagues, the other bridge orientation doesn't spawn. It does exist in the game files, so it's possible in O.4 that we get a map variation that exists this way, but you should have just like the pre-existing belief that that tile orientation is much less likely to happen, just like because of the bias of what's happening already. So once we end up, let's say we end up in a map that looks like, I'll draw you a map. Ba-doop. So let's say we end up in a map that looks like this. We're going to go ahead and just work our way out this direction on this map, and then we find ourselves the bridge tile. We should then believe that in the direction the bridge is pointing on the first floor, this is first floor of the manor, if we follow the bridge pointing direction, we will find the stairs to the second floor. If there is a boundary here, that makes Candlemas here. If there is a boundary here, then that puts Candlemas here. Okay? Then on the second floor, we will believe that since we went this direction on the bridge tile, okay, on the second floor, we would enter down the stairs, and we would have a tile shaped like this, and we would believe that the bridge tile has to point the opposite direction. So we would believe that we have to go this way across the bridge, and then we would be on the third floor. And on the third floor, we are always going to enter, and I'm going to draw this in an orientation that is impossible. We will always enter, and there will be a big shape on our map like this, and we will always believe that going the other direction and then trying to work our way toward the top left of the map is correct. Okay, so I'm going to run the manor one time, just to show you guys what I mean. So we entered in the orientation that I didn't draw. Our entrance tile orientation, this has walls on 3 sides. Okay. You can see we can't go here, we can't go here, we can't go here, so this is an upright pointing map. We believe that the bridge tile has to have this orientation, which means that I need to go this way in order to find it. So I just try and work my way as far to the right as I can. And we immediately find the bridge tile. This is what I mean by the bridge tile. It's this little skinny corridor that overlooks the chasm. Okay, and then since we went toward the top right, when we get to the second floor, okay, so now I've crossed the bridge tile, I'm working my way toward the second floor. Okay. Okay, I find the stairs. Now, since we went upright going, on the next floor, I now know that the bridge tile has to be down left going, which means to find the bridge tile, I just go left. Okay, I'm just going to go as far left as I can. If the game is going to let me go left, I go left. If there were like a wall blocking my way, I obviously have to go up some, and then we find the bridge tile again. And then now, I just keep going left as much as I can. It happens that I recognize some environmental clues that tell me that the stairs might be here. They happen to not be there. Okay. And then I find the stairs here. And this is what I mean. This, you look at my mini map right here, right? You see this blocker right here? I just generically believe that that is the wrong direction to go. Here's why I believe that, by the way. It's because it is the wrong direction to go. It always leads to this bedroom. Okay, so it doesn't do anything. It's just wrong. Don't run over there. If you want to save like precious seconds on your league start, this like big building right here, this structure is just this like lozenge shape on your map. So you just run down this hallway, and then you start to believe that going up and left is correct once you run away from that entry tile. So if the map will let me go up, I go up. If the map will let me go left, I go left. Otherwise, I'm just wall surfing, going as up and left as the game will let me go. And I found the boss arena, clearing as little of the map as possible. I in fact ran a perfect path to the boss, right? So that's how you read the manor. Couple of tips, quick tips from other floors. When I enter this second floor, this tile shape here, where I see this narrow hallway here, you remember I said, oh, there's an environmental clue that tells me that maybe there's something down here. What I was tricked by is you see this hallway shape with this set of outjuts and how it looks similar to this hallway shape with this set of outjuts. Right here, this and this are the same map feature. That's what I was looking at, and that's what I was tricked by. If we go back up to the top, you can see that the other thing is that you see this crescent shape with this, and then there was the staircase here. So like if I go back upstairs, you can see this tile with this tiled floor here, and then this half bank, this like quarter curve here. I thought that that stair tile might be right here. So that stairs tile could have existed. And so I thought that maybe this room would be repeated in the map layout right here. And so when I saw this shape, I knew that this could connect to a shape like this. And so I thought that this sort of complex where I see this here, and I have this wall, I thought that this complex, which has a staircase in it, might have been repeated right here. And so I got tricked by looking at this hallway and knowing that there's a possible connection there. This is the sort of intuition you develop after like literally thousands of runs about like tile connections. It's not as though I've done some analysis of like the possible sets of tile connections there. I just recognize the familiar shapes of where staircases can occur. And that's because I've done over 1,000 runs through Augum Manor, and so I have some like meta knowledge of like, I just go, oh, neuron activation, and I just run that shape. This isn't some big analysis thing. Then the other thing is on this is our first floor map. We entered here, as you may remember. Candlemas is here. Candlemas almost always spawns on the far side of the bridge, which means that since we saw that our staircase ended up being here, Candlemas is almost certainly here. If I go back to this first floor and I run it for you, it is almost certainly the case that Candlemas is here. So our first thing to do is just to find the bridge tile. And then if I wanted Candlemas, this tiny little icon right here on our map, that little shape, is probably an indicator of the entrance to the Candlemas fight. I'll show you what I mean. So Candlemas... Ooh, this is not what I thought it was. That's all right. We're learning. Yeah, so that's Candlemas up there. Cool. So let me show you what I mean. So I don't have as much intuition for Candlemas because I don't do it in speedruns, but the thing that you can look for as a clue is you see these little pillars here that support this decorative piece on the map right here. You can see that they have a quite distinct shape on the map where there are always 5 of them, and then this little pew here in the church, this little receptacle here in the chapel. You can see that feature is never repeated anywhere else in the map. You won't see these 5 dots together, so you can spot the chapel from slightly farther away. That's what I thought that this was, but I got tricked because I don't run for Candlemas as much in the speedrun setting. So that's Act 1 done. I hope that gives you guys some intuition for Act 1. Let's talk about Act 2. I'll need to log into a different character But any other questions for Act 1? We talked about every Act 1 zone at some length. I hope that helps. Let's talk about Act 2. Let's go back to Microsoft Paint. I'm going to take a very quick break. If you are watching the YouTube video version of this, there will be a timestamp in the video description for when we start Act 2. I've just been yapping for like 2 hours now, and I need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to put up a BRB screen for the Twitch viewers. If you are a YouTube viewer in the future, just click in the link down in the description. This is just going to be like a 2-minute blank spot in the video. Exporting a video this long to YouTube by editing would be extremely tedious, so it's easier for me to just timestamp it for you in the video description. And I will BRB. Welcome back, everybody, to Map Hack in Your Mind Act 2. We're gonna keep going until we get all the way through the goddamn campaign in this shit. In the interludes, you're on your own, but we're gonna do Act 2 now. We're in Act 2. We're gonna talk about Vastia Outskirts. A couple of tips in Vastia Outskirts. So let's just go ahead and get started. Act 2, and we're going to talk about Vastia Outskirts. Let's go. So Vastia Outskirts, extremely simple zone to understand. There's not a whole lot done yet. The extreme speedrunner solution is like not perfectly polished yet. We have a couple of leads. I have some intuition that I'm talking to people about, and Gormus has some intuition that he's talking to people about. Lundberger has some intuition and has done some layout sorting. So like this zone is probably going to be one of the zones that gets solved before the 0.4 race cycle is my guess. We have like some hot tips, but like actually solving the zone is going to take some more community effort. What you can do on the league start setting though is you always start in this zone in a little thing that has a blocker, and you're standing here. And then it always opens up into a little hallway, and you're just going to follow this hallway. And then there's an alcove that has Zarka in it. So Zarka is the like old woman NPC. And then there's going to be another hallway here that will lead to a place where some warriors are defending the caravan from hyenas. There will be like your stash will be here, a well to refill your flask will be here, and then you'll be out into the map. Okay, it'll always start like vaguely like that. The orientation of the hallways and the way that they intersect can be slightly different. What I want you to do is I want you to hug the wall that is in the same direction that you came from. So in the map as drawn, this would be left. Okay. I want you to always start that way, and then you'll be out into a big open zone. So after you have this like little entrance hallway thing, you're going to be in a big open zone. Okay, and when you're in this big open zone, I want you to hug this wall if your entrance hallway looked like this, and you're going to be confronted with a number of narrow offshoot hallways that are vaguely 90-degree curves like this. Now, there are two possible variations for this, and this is like the most iconic mnemonic in PoE2 speedrunning. It's a term that I coined. It is the macaroni. Okay, so all of these shapes, there are two different variations. One of them, the hallway is going to be of uniform thickness throughout, like this. And in the other one, it's going to be wide on one end and narrow on the other, like this, or the reverse, where it's wide on one end and narrow on the other, like this. Okay? This is the handsome macaroni. You want to eat this? It's cheesy and delicious. These are the ugly macaronis, and the ugly macaronis are lying to you. They wish they could be as cool and popular as the handsome macaroni. So when you're searching for Wrathbreaker, the hyena boss who hangs out on top of the area, the way that you find Wrathbreaker is that it will always be a hallway that is a handsome macaroni shape. So if I log out and go to character selection, okay, I'm then going to break out a highly unethical character that I have who exists only for map layout discovery. This character has max cast speed, max light radius. Okay, we're going to go to Act 2. We're going to go to Vastia Outskirts, which is here. And I want to show you an example of this map. We'll run it once really quickly. Okay. So we come out of our hallway here. In this map, as I drew, you can see our entrance would have been here. We would have come here. Then we're going to follow the wall that points along the direction we came in on. And we're looking for shapes like this. See how this is narrow on one side and wide on the other and then dead ends? That's an ugly macaroni. And if I want to find a good example where the Wrathbreaker exit actually would be, here we can see another, right? And then this, if I respawn at checkpoint, I can show you the map with a little bit higher contrast. So you see this shape here is narrow on one side and wide on the other. The same thing is true of this. This is wide on one side and narrow on the other. But this one is a 90-degree angle where it's an even width all the way through. You can compare this example and this example. And this will always point toward Wrathbreaker. So on this particular character, I have capped out light radius and blink speed so I can explore maps more quickly. This is how speedrunners discover map layouts. And you'll notice that that handsome macaroni always points toward the Wrathbreaker boss arena. So you can see here, if we look at this map, my advice would be if you started here and then you were forced in this right angle, we would follow this and we would end up coming over here. We would see two fake exits along the way. This character has huge light radius, so we knew unusually early that they were fake exits, but you would see here, fake macaroni, here, fake macaroni, and then this is the handsome macaroni that leads us to the hallway that contains the boss arena. Unfortunately, this also happens to be a layout where following this side here is like incorrect, but just in general, you should believe that. There's another mnemonic that some people use based on like this shape that I don't understand yet. But the heuristic here is pretty simple. Like I said, this zone isn't 100% solved. We have some sorted layouts, and we're still trying to figure out what the key tells are to get the information about where the exit is even earlier. But just so you know, when you see this handsome macaroni shape, you once again want to go neuron activation, and you're going to get really excited about the handsome macaroni and continue from there. Then we have a zone that I will show to you guys in-game, and then we can talk about it, which is Mastadon Mine. Mastadon Mine is down here somewhere? No, Mastadon Quarry, excuse me, I want Mastadon Quarry. So Mastadon Quarry is... I'm going to fully reveal this example of Mastadon Quarry, and then I'm going to use it to teach you guys like some general rules. So this character exists to be able to do map revealing as fast as possible, which you can tell from the ridiculous light radius and blink speed on this character. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to get through this map as quickly as we possibly can, and then I'm going to blow your guys' mind with a map mnemonic for Mastadon Quarry. So, okay, so if I checkpoint back to the very beginning here, and we fully reveal the map, we would have entered from the Arduna Caravan and come down this hallway, and then we want a guide to be able to get through this ridiculously large zone as efficiently as possible. Now, what I want you to notice is that we go from alternating narrow hallway zones to wide open semi-square zones to another narrow hallway to a wide open semi-square zone to a narrow hallway. Now, super high level, the map as a whole is vaguely a square. Okay, so if I drew an invisible boundary here, you would see that the map as a whole is vaguely that diamond shape that nearly every zone is. And you'll notice it's not long and thin rectangular. It is mostly square. It's not like this, it's like this. So what we're going to do while we're within the map is every single time that we cross from a narrow hallway across a narrow little bridge like this into a wide open zone, we're going to look at this wall and this wall, and we're going to go, oh, this must be a square. And we are going to go, okay, if I mentally draw a square here based on these first two walls, I want to walk in this direction where I will then find a checkpoint next to the real exit. Okay, so we have narrow hallway, and then we have big open square zone. We mentally draw the square based on this initial wall shape and this initial wall shape, and we can progress this way. Then we will have another, Then we will have another narrow hallway zone. And then when we get into the next, when we get out of this zone, we then have another wall, and that tells us that probably there's a boundary here and a boundary here, and therefore we want to go this way. Okay, where we will encounter a checkpoint. Then I'm going to blow your mind with a really complicated concept. So we've seen, because we've walked through the map, we've seen an invisible boundary here, and we've already seen a boundary here, and we know that there's a boundary like vaguely here on the map from where we started. So at the point where we get to this bridge, and then we see this hallway open up like this and like this, and we need to decide, are we going to go this direction or are we going to go this direction? Okay, this is our 200 IQ Giga Brain mode thought. The zone as a whole is a gigantic square which consists of smaller subset squares connected by small hallways. We know that if the zone as a whole is a square, and this map boundary way up here is connected to this map boundary that we've explored, and this map boundary based on the entrance hallway, for this to be square, the map cannot open up more in this direction, because that would make it a non-square-ish map. And we also know that at the point where we've explored the map, we've seen all of this has been filled, and therefore there is a void here. So when we need to cross this bridge, and we need to decide, do I hug this wall or do I hug this wall, we expect this void to get filled to form that large square, and therefore we expect the exit to Mastadon Quarry to fall within this void, and therefore we pick this direction to be the first direction that we follow. So within the zone, at the micro level, every time we enter into a wide open zone, after we traverse some sort of long hallway thing, we use this vision of the wall originally to then pick which direction to go by going diagonally through the open square zone. This works here as well. We would see this wall, and we would go whoop, and we would find the checkpoint here, and then that would lead us to a long hallway section. And once we're out of this long hallway section, we go whoop, diagonally across this open zone. Okay. Then, when we need to pick which way to go in these forking hallways here, we believe that the correct one is the one that allows the map as a whole to be a square. This is not a perfect solution. This is a mental model heuristic that you can use to make running the zone more efficient on your League Start character. Okay? That is how you should conceive of this zone. Now, if we go to the next zone, which is Mastadon Mine. Mastadon Mine, Mastadon Mine, Mastadon Mine, 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 Mine. Okay. In Mastadon Mine, we enter in this little entrance tile, which then connects to a checkpoint, and we already believe that this map, based on this shape, has a boundary here and a boundary here. And it's gonna blow your mind when I say this. This map is a big open square full of maze-like hallways. However, we believe, based on the existence of this map boundary and this map boundary, that it is in the opposite corner where the boss is. In all leagues that have happened so far, that means that if you want to find the boss in Mastadon Mine, what you want to do is run as far north as you can. Okay? Since I have my Blink character in the game right now, I can show you what this means. We expect that if you want to find the boss, you just go as north and up as you possibly can. And you get knocked over on your Blink character, which doesn't make sense because it's literally not possible to blink to sprint on this character. GGG, please fix. I literally cannot be sprinting. I have Blink enabled, GGG. Please fix. Okay. We just believe that the top of the map boundary, within that invisible square that we drew, we just went as far up as we could. We went straight up, we got blocked, we saw that the map had another upward direction to go over here, and so our general direction was to just try and get away from the entrance. That means that the correct generic direction to go in Modern Mine is always to go as far up as you can. This zone is also unsolved, and that is because the heuristic is so successful that we've deprioritized solving this zone, because the heuristic is effective enough that the racers don't really feel a big necessity to like solve this zone, and the differentiation between the different layouts is extremely small. So that's our Modern Mine tip and trick. Okay, now let's talk about our overworld zones. We're going to do this in the order of Mastadon Badlands. Actually, let's do Carth first. Carth is really cool. Okay, so let's talk about Carth. Carth, when we enter into Carth, I have huge light radius on this character, so it's going to be like easier for me to see things. We have this entrance hallway, and then we see the waypoint, and we are just going to go ahead and generically believe that the map as a whole is a long, skinny rectangle like this, approximately. And somewhere in the middle third of this rectangle, I'm bad at art, I know that that's not exactly a third, that is where Kabbalah is going to be. Kabbalah, the Snake Queen, who we kill to get 2 weapons at passive points. Then we're also going to believe that somewhere in the opposite end, so we start here, on the opposite corner of our open rectangle is where we expect the exit to be. And let's just see if we're correct, okay? I'm just going to go ahead and I'll just blink through the map and we'll reveal the whole thing. Okay, so this is our map now, which we've like 90% revealed. Okay, we said that it was a long, approximately 2x1 rectangle, a long, skinny rectangle, and somewhere in the middle third is where we expected to find Kabbalah. So we said you enter in this hallway, it's going to be a long 2x1 rectangle. The opposite corner of the corner we enter in is the one that has the exit, and that somewhere in this middle band is where we expect Kabbalah the Snake's Queen to be. So what that tells us is if we are a League Start player, and we have played the campaign a bunch of times, then what we do is we run it like this. We run until we know we're about in the middle. If Kabbalah isn't here, then we go across and then down. If we're a League Start player without good zone size intuition, which is totally normal and totally cool, then what we do is we surf all the way down to the exit, and there's a good chance that Kabbalah is within vision of our light radius. And then when we get down to the exit, we find the exit here. And if we haven't seen Kabbalah yet, then we surf back up the wall, and now we've revealed the size of the map, and then we're able to point to the middle, and we surf back up to the middle and then work our way across. So if we're a very experienced player, we do this. And if we're a slightly less experienced player who wants to save time, then we do this. Okay? And in no case will you ever need to explore this side. You are saving like 40% of the map is a map that you don't need to reveal. You never need to go here. Don't go here. Similarly, you don't need to go here. And so we've reduced the zone size by half by saying, all I want you to do is hug this wall. Then when you meet this boundary, you'll just surf and find the exit. And then you'll use that information of just generically believing Kabbalah is in the middle third of this map. If you are a racer, there is more information than this that I can give you. If you're a racer, what you want to do is see this map overworld tile. There is a minaret here. Okay, there's a Moroccan minaret on the backside of that tile that you can use to find Kabbalah from the opposite side. So you would never be tricked by this building or this building or this building, because none of them look like the backside of this tile. The other thing that you can do as a League Start player, excuse me, as a racer, is you can know that if you see this portion of the map, all of the ground in this part is going to be sand, and then all of the ground in this part is going to be tile. So you'll know when you're close to the exit based on that thing. If you are an extreme Gigachad who likes taking risk, or if you're like slightly behind the lead in the race and you want to take on risk and the chance that you get the payoff, what you do is you run the zone diagonally and hope that you win, because if you run diagonally, if Cabal is here, you've got a chance of a light radius reveal. If Cabal is here, you win. And if Cabal is here, you've got a chance of a light radius reveal. If you want to find the amulet, you should generically believe that the amulet is in the last third here. And you should use, you remember how we've talked about our paintbrush technique? Where you use your light radius as like a tool to sweep out broad swaths of the zone. What you would do is, instead of hugging this wall, you would use your light radius as a paintbrush to do this, and that would allow you to search for the amulet tile. The amulet tile, for anyone who doesn't know, for any YouTube video watchers, for anyone who didn't already know this, when you see this sunken room, which has the intact shape on it here, okay, so when you see on the map, you see these two little outjuts here next to this checkpoint. Okay, so there's another checkpoint over here. What I'm saying is you can see that doorway shape on your minimap. Inside this room, there's a chest, and this chest, if you've not already claimed it, will always contain an amulet. But on this character, I've already claimed it. The other thing to know, if you're a racer, is that this room always contains a magic pack of monsters for good experience. So that's like the racer tip, is to get in there. Okay? So that's how you run Carth. Now let's talk about the Lost City. In Lost City, I'm going to run forward and claim a checkpoint here. We enter in this narrow hallway here, and I'm going to draw on top of this. So we enter in this narrow hallway, okay, and then it enters into a large open square zone like this, which in the middle of that square, there will be a bridge like this, and it will always occur only on one side. The important thing to learn is to recognize the tile shapes that can connect to the bridge. So it's all going to be right-angled hallways, right-angled hallways, right-angled hallways, right-angled hallways, and then one of them will be offset, and you will see a hallway at 45 degrees. Instead of right angle, right angle, right angle, right angle, one of them will suddenly do this, and that is where the correct exit is. And then you'll have another zone that is almost entirely right-angled hallways, and somewhere along this wall, there will exist a tile which looks like this, and that will connect to the exit. So having a good mental map for the shape of this is super important. I'll run it super quickly on this character. I have gigantic light radius, so yes, this is not realistic to how it would actually be run. So notice this is all right-angled hallways so far. Okay, it's all right angles, blah, blah, blah. GGG, please fix, thank you. Okay, and then I see this shape. The important shape that I want you guys to know is that you see how it's all right angles, but this shape here, what I'm talking about is this thing doesn't occur anywhere else in the map. There are places where we get faked out, but the actual shape, it looks like, if you're a baseball fan, you can see this pentagon, and you can think that that looks like a baseball diamond, like a home plate. Okay, this looks like a home plate to me. Okay, then we have this wide open square zone with our bridge on it, like we said, and then what we're now going to believe is that somewhere along a boundary occurring here-ish is where we're going to be able to find the exit with that tile that most people refer to as the wing-shaped tile. So this character has gigantic light radius, which is why I'm able to see so much deeper into the map than otherwise. And then we see this tile. And this tile people call the wing-shaped tile. So if you're looking out here, you will always consistently see this sort of half octagon shape. And that will always be the exit. Okay. So if we had run this maximally efficiently, what we would have done is our strategy. We would run into the zone. Let me get a prettier color. I like that pink from earlier. It's very visible. So our goal at first is just to find this wall. Okay, we want to find this piece of the map boundary. And so what we do when we're running this zone is we try to get as deep as possible. In our case, we would run in here, we would dead end, and then we would just loop back around trying to get as deep as possible. And in this particular map, we would then realize that because of the shape of this tile, we have this bridge shape. Then our next goal would be to find this map boundary to look for the map tile. So then our next goal would be to get here. Okay, in which case we would then find this tile here, which leads to the exit. So it's entirely possible that if I were turning on speedrunner brain and trying to show you the map with the minimum possible run, I would have done a run like this. I would have run in, I would have dead ended, I would run back around. In the search for this wall, I would have run into the solution. I then run across the bridge, and then I would have just attempted to get as far this direction as possible. And so I would have run something like this. And so I would have run a perfect zone solution because I would have not needed to explore any of this or any of this. And so I would have cut my actual amount of time in the map . Okay. So I'll run this zone one more time with speedrunner brain on, and I won't blink, I'll just run. So you guys can see a minimum example of what this looks like when you run things effectively. So I see the down hallways here, so I'm trying to get as deep down right into the map as I possibly can. I have gigantic light radius, so this is a bit unfair. Okay, then now I've found a boundary where I'm stopped, and I just try and search for this tile. I see this tile. Okay, I run across this bridge. Now my goal is just to get as deep down right as it'll let me. I see that this dead ends. I'm just trying to get as deep down right as the map will let me get. I dead end here. So I run back. I have gigantic light radius, so this is like a bit unrealistic. Then I would clear out this hallway. I would get owned. I would turn back around. And then now again, my solution here is just to get as deep into the map as it'll let me get. And so that would be the zone layout read there. You'll notice that in the first version, in the first variant of this map that I ran, I had a really easy solution. And in this one, I had to run in here. I then had to make a 50-50 guess. I guessed correctly. And then in here, I had to run all the way here. I got owned. I ran back. I had to run all the way here. I got owned. I ran back. I had to run here. And then I ran the exit correctly. So this one had a much worse second half than the other one did. There are tells for this zone. I don't use them. So part of the reason that races are all on the same map layout for everyone is because in the previous one that I ran almost in a straight line all the way through. And in this one, I would have a bunch of doubling back to do. Now, there is a map solution that exists. I don't think anyone actually uses it yet, but there is something about this complex shape here, if memory serves, where you can do this. So eventually all of the maps are moving toward those red veil level solutions where you like look at early shapes on the map and it teaches you information. But I don't think any of the current top racers actually have this zone memorized. At least I think. Maybe that's copium and I'm actually bad. Who knows? Maybe I'm just low skill. Who knows? Now, Buried Shrines is a zone that... Okay, I'm going to reveal just a tiny bit more of the Buried Shrines map. Okay, so Buried Shrines looks like this. And Buried Shrines always starts with this shape. Okay. Now, what I want you to do as the League Start player is to see this shape, and I want you to mentally draw lines that are the width of this portion, okay, in your head. We're drawing invisible lines here and here. Then what we're going to do is we're going to pick a side, so we're going to run into the map, we're going to pick one of these two directions to go, and I'm going to just follow this hallway until I am deep enough into the map that this distance is equal to this distance. Okay, so here and here should be equidistant. And if I get that deep into the map without something breaking this line, I then run across. Okay, so I'll remove a little bit of light radius from my character so that way we aren't cheating as much. This will be some less light radius, I hope. Okay, that's a more realistic light radius. So then I'm just going to run through here. And again, I'm just following the map boundary. And now I've seen something break that line. And so now I go over here. And then now I'm exploring into the map. And I want you to notice this shape. I want you to recognize this tile. This shape, which I think of as being like a wishbone. I recognize this V shape and I think of it like being a wishbone, like a Thanksgiving turkey wishbone. We'll then connect to the elemental offering. And then there will be a bridge here with a checkpoint on it. Okay. Now, the other orientation that can occur is you can have this entrance hallway complex that I just described, and then you could have bridges directly off of it. And then one of those would have the V-shaped tile with the elemental offering here. Okay, so the elemental offering could happen after the bridge or before the bridge. In the layout that we actually have on the screen here, you can see that there's then a bridge after this. So we would run here, we would find the elemental offering, and then now we're going to go this way. And when we go this way, we're then looking for another key tile tell. Okay, so I would go in here, I would get one of my 3 rings, depending on what resistance I want, ruby, topaz, sapphire. And then now I'm looking for another key tile tell, and I've already found it, which is this shape up here. So this, so this is the exit shape, and I will have to checkpoint back to some other part of the map just to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so I will go over here and we'll talk about it this way. So I was standing here when I saw this shape here. Okay. And I knew that that was part of the exit already. So I walked into the map, I drew this mental line, I waited for an excursion to bypass that line, at which point I just started going this direction. I recognized this tile, okay, and I knew that the elemental offering was here. By the time that I scoped out the elemental offering, I saw the bridge. When I crossed the bridge, I then started looking for this exit complex, and this exit complex is actually a huge fixed tile shape, that you can recognize and approach from multiple different angles. Okay, so when I ran here, I just ran in, I just drew this mental line. Once I drew that mental line, I got out. I recognized this as being the elemental offering. Once I recognized the elemental offering, I saw the next key tell, which was the bridge. Once I got across the bridge, I recognized the next key tell. So this is a layout that I am reading tile by tile. Now, what I want you to know is that there are 8 exact configurations of this zone, but if you learn to recognize the initial shape, you draw this mental line, you then get the excursion here, you learn to recognize this shape, you learn to recognize this shape, you learn to recognize the bridge, you will then just see it as Lego blocks. And the actual thing that's happening here is that there's an entrance tile and an exit tile, and in between them there has to be a hallway complex, a elemental offering, and a bridge in some order. And what you'll notice is that if you just look at the combinatorics of how many ways you can connect those tiles, it forces there to be exactly 8 layouts. If you want to memorize the 8 layouts by brute force memorization, you're totally welcome to do that. There are speedrunners who do it that way. This solution of learning tile by tile memorization, like just because you're doing league starts over and over again, or you've made multiple characters and you just learn to look for these shapes, will get you there exactly as efficiently as memorizing the zones, except for in one brute force memorization case where I get tricked and brute force memorization people don't. So if you want the brute force solution, it's in the Campaign Codex Discord. It was layout scouted and layout sorted by Lundberger, and the solution notes, I believe, were written by Angormus. I'm not 100% certain on that, but I don't use the brute force memorization solution, and I would not advocate for you to use the brute force memorization solution because it's bad. But you can do it. I'll run one more example here just to show you what it looks like. Okay, so we do this. We get a new buried shrines. Okay, this time we have a different orientation than last time. I have once again drawn my mental line about where things can connect. I'm waiting to see if there's an excursion beyond that mental line. I am now deep enough that I go, oh, this line is being enforced. So then I'm just trying to run across the map. Okay, I get back over here. Now I see that something has broken that line, and I believe that we can go down in this way. So now I'm just trying to get as far to the right as possible. I see my bridge. I get my bridge checkpoint. There's a magic pack there. And then I am looking for the elemental offering. I recognize the elemental offering. I go in here and I get my ring. And then now I'm looking for the exit complex. I recognize the exit complex at this point, and we're good to go. So and then we want to get, don't give me the checkpoint bug, come back here. So now you can see the layout that the way I actually ran. By the way, that's my personal Discord. That's not the Campaign Codex Discord. You can see that if you ran in here, you would see, this is what we did. We then saw that this boundary was being enforced. So we cut across and back. Okay. Then I went through this hallway, found this, and then I was able to beeline the exit at that point. Okay, so if you were a perfect player who had precognitive levels of understanding of the map, you would have run like this. Okay, and so the amount of map inefficiency in doing the tile by tile solution is that you lose about this much here because you run out and then back, and then you lose about this much here, and otherwise it's perfect. So my solution doing tile by tile stuff is much less memorization intensive and takes, like, it's maybe in the worst case, by the way, this is the worst case one, it's maybe 10 to 15 seconds slower than a perfect read. So do with that what you will, right? You lose this much, and you lose this much, and otherwise it's perfect because all that we're doing is we're looking at the map boundary here. If we reach deep enough into the map that this distance is equal to this distance, then we went back across and started going back down. We then saw something break this line, and so we started going back down and right. And then we found our familiar wishbone tile. Okay. Let me go here. Okay. So this is like an imperfect heuristic solution that you can use where you mentally draw, you use this as guardrails, you wait for something to break this invisible line. In this case, it would break immediately and you just start running this way. If you had happened to pick the correct side, like if it had connected here, you would have been able to run like this almost perfectly, right? But in this map variation, we got a micro variation where this hallway was blocked off here. And so we chose the other side on that basis. And that's what caused us to make this whole excursion that we did. Okay, so that's how you do buried shrines. All that I want you to do, I want you to draw these guardrails. Second something busts out of the invisible guardrail, you believe that that is the correct direction to go. You then start running as far deep as you in as you can. You look for the bridge tile. If you hadn't run into this bridge tile, like if you had for some reason, if you had run like this and then you'd run and gotten across here, there are two bridges that are parallel, one here and one here. And so then you would have been able to run up here directly, but then you would have missed the ring. So the reason that we double back to try and get onto this lower bridge instead of this upper bridge is because we want the elemental offering ring. Okay? So that's buried shrines. Let's talk about another zone. Let's go to Mastadon Badlands, shall we? We'll go to Mastadon Badlands. So Mastadon Badlands is a pretty simple zone. I just want you to hug the checkpoint wall. And I want you to, again, use your light radius painting brush trick, where we're just scooping out the edge of the zone. Thank you for the follow. And then that's how you get to bone pits. So it's not a completely solved zone yet, but the solution there is just to use our light radius like paintbrush trick. I call it the paintbrush because you can see if I make my brush approximately the same size as my light radius, you can see that all I'm doing is I'm just trying to stay slightly off of the wall. And then I'm trying to just zone hug all my way around so that way I can get as much information as I possibly can. Now, I want you to generically believe on League Start that the like bone pits are in the orientation that the overworld map tells you to go. So you can see this is up and right going. So the reason I said that you wanted to hug this wall in this version is because in the league that I'm in right now, which is Standard League, bone pits is up and right. Now it happens to be the case that when we hugged the up and right wall, the exit is right facing, but it was down and right instead of up and right. But the reason we didn't go down and left over here is because we believed that down and left would be fundamentally incorrect. Let's just go ahead and see if the down left solution would have been meaningfully longer. So it would have been almost exactly equivalent in this case, it looks like. Right? So in this particular layout generation that we got, it was almost exactly the same whether we went this way or this way. It was almost exactly the same path length, so it doesn't really matter in this particular case. Mastadon Badland does have a fixed number of possible layouts. It is not a completely solved zone yet at the racer level. There is no perfect layout generation. Now let's go to Bone Pits. Bone Pits, extremely simple layout to understand. We enter from Mastadon Badlands, and then we are forced through this bottleneck. Okay, so what I'm talking about is there's always this sort of entrance tile shape, which looks like a foot. Okay? And then it goes bottleneck. And now what I want you to believe is there is an invisible map boundary up here. And I want you to go do this. And then I want you to go at first toward the toe side and then toward the heel side until you see a tell that shows you where the boss is. So I'll show you what I mean by that. Okay, I'll tell you the first moment that I'm confident I know where the boss is. Okay, so I get through this zone here. And then I now believe I know where the boss is at this moment. I think the boss is probably here. And the reason for that is you see how... Oh, this is hard to describe. Let me checkpoint back to the beginning so things don't hit me while I explain this. So I told you that I just went straight up, and I said you want to look for a boss tell, and I stood here, and with this amount of map information revealed to me, I said, I believe I know where the boss is, and I put my cursor here, and I said, the boss is there. The reason that I believed that is because I saw this hallway, and I saw this hallway. And I said, okay, knowing that these bridges are like this, these ones are at a right angle. And so if I go this way, it's going to force me horizontally. And this one is at a soft 45-degree angle to the grid system. And that tends to be the place where the boss occurs. Okay. So I made a correct guess. I want to be clear, I wasn't 100% confident, but I made a correct guess because I saw that this thing was going to let me go in this direction, whereas this thing was going to let me go in this direction. And so I started to be confident here. All I was doing was trying to get into this, and then I saw an invisible map boundary here, and I said, boss tile that way. I'll run it a couple more times just to show you what I mean. Okay. So, bone pits. I get out of my thing. I just go as far in the funnel forcing direction as I can. I have no idea what to do, but I see that there's a hallway that's going to let me get here. I am now reasonably confident that the boss is going to be here, although I do think that this 45-degree angle shape could be correct, but I'm going to try this one first. Yeah, so I was standing here, and I saw that I could get deeper into the map here, whereas I had started to run into an invisible map boundary here. And I said, this is probably a boss arena type shape, but I saw this, and I thought maybe here, but this is probably the correct shape. So all that I can tell you as a League Start player who probably doesn't have the intuition for all these tile shapes yet is that what you want to do is you want to get out of the boss arena and just follow the funnel direction to get as deep into the map as you can, as quick as you can. So we just get deep into the map, and then you just go ahead and at this point, like as a League Start player, you go, I don't have much tile intuition, but anytime that it lets me go farther to the right, I will. And that would be like a pretty good League Start player run, right? You would just go, Coach Crimson told me that when I see this funnel, I want to go the funnel direction. Then you would go here and you'd go, oh, dead end, oh, dead end, oh, boss. On softcore with a new league, are the zone layouts that completely new? Or are they reused from previous SSF leagues? They are neither new nor reused, at least not in the way that the grammar of your sentence implies. So, what's actually happening is that there are underlying map generation, like in the algorithm that is used to generate the maps, it picks a skeleton for the map layout. So for example, here it goes, there has to be an entrance, there has to be a boss arena, there has to be a narrow connector, and then there are other key features over here, like there'll be a checkpoint here-ish with a magic pack next to it. And there will be a checkpoint here with a magic pack next to it. And so it'll just go, I'm going to drop these into the map in this position, this position, this position, this position. And then it goes, the allowed tiles to connect this to this, and to connect this to this, and to connect this to this are these big open tiles. And then the allowed tiles to connect this to this and this to this are these narrow hallway tiles. So what it does is it chooses a thing called a DGR or a TGR, which places the key points of interest and then tiles around them by looking at the allowed tile sets for certain sub-regions of the map. If you want a link to a very dry technical talk about this, you can look up the ExileCon PoE2 beta development level design talk. I think it's from, I can't remember whether ExileCon was 2022 or 2023, but a couple of years ago at this point, 3 or 4 years ago, at the time of recording this video, Reese from the GGG level design team gave a technical talk about like the actual algorithms that are used and talked about the progression in beta development of PoE2. So at that point in beta development, there were like a bunch of things that you would care about as a player that were still being worked on. So like roads were always developed in like straight lines with right angles, which looked bad and weird. They developed a system where like if you think of environmental features, if you think of environmental features like an Augum Village, the buildings in Augum Village have a variable amount of like weathering and destruction applied to them. For example, in Cemetery of the Eternals, the graves that exist, like the headstones, have variable amounts of weathering and destruction applied to them. So what it does is it places the key points of interest, like the quest objectives, then it tiles around them, and then it picks an RNG seed to apply to each building, such that they have like some of the buildings in Augum Village are completely burned to ash, others are currently on fire, others are mostly untouched, and so it picks a gradient to apply to the map, so that way every time you enter Augum Village it's completely fresh. But the full explanation of how that system works is in that technical talk, and so the reason that speedrunners like are confident about what key tells exist is, what was the conference name? ExileCon. It was like it was GGG's convention. Let's see if that's the right link. Yes, correct. ExileCon Dev Talk, Procedural World Generation in Path of Exile, correct. I will put this on the screen in for a second so people can see what I'm talking about. Ooh. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. The talk that I am talking about, if you want to look something up, is ExileCon Dev Talk, Procedural World Generation in Path of Exile. This is Reese. We say, bless up, Reese. And we, this was recorded at ExileCon 2019. So this was like early in the beta development of PoE2. And if you watch this full talk, it's an hour. It's kind of a dry technical talk, but it will give you a lot of insight into the beta development of how map generation and layout generation works in PoE2. And watching this talk as a speedrunner with speedrunner brain engaged, you'll realize why we're able to look at these key tells and understand how things work. Also, if you are watching the YouTube video and you go to my Twitch chat and you hit !DGR, you can get a link to this. And what DGRs are they are the actual skeletal information that underlies the placement of these points of interest. So for example, the blacksmith point of interest is where Renly's tools are. You can see where the end is. You can see where the entrance is, where the exit is, etc., etc. And so all of this are files. If you currently play PoE2, these are files that are currently on your computer, and you can see how it chooses to connect things. And so every node on these graphs is a fixed point on the map generation. And then you can, and then all of these lines are paths that are forced to exist. So this is why there's always a valid walking path between different zones in the map, is because it forces this to exist as a tiled path, and then it tiles around it. Yeah, it's super inconsistent on the DGRs. Sorry, guys. I didn't make the DGR tan stack router. In any case, that's how Bone Pits works. What do we have to do? We have to do Valley of the Titans. Where's Valley of the Titans? Valley of the Titans is here. Valley of the Titans is a completely solved zone. Unfortunately, the Valley of Titans waypoint and the Valley of Titans actual entrance that you would use are different. But if you want this, this is your one big chance to make fun of me. People who watch me on Twitch while I do speedruns are incredibly annoyed every time I speedrun Valley of the Titans. Because every time I speedrun Valley of the Titans, this is what my stream looks like. Everyone hates it. My stream always looks like this when we do Valley of the Titans, and that's because these are my visual notes on speedrunning Valley of the Titans. Valley of the Titans is a big lozenge-shaped zone. The entrance hallway will always point at the Titan Grotto entrance. So you will always run in, And if you just run straight out of the entrance hallway, you will always be able to find the Titan Grotto entrance immediately. And based on the orientation and length of the entrance hallway, you can then know exactly where the checkpoints are. The yellow diamonds are the seals, and the purple triangle is the waypoint. If a yellow triangle, excuse me, if a yellow diamond is on the edge of the maroon lozenge shape, then it's on the edge of the map. And if it's to the interior of that, then it's to the interior of the map. The blue thing is the Titan Grotto. The little four-pointed star next to some of the entrance path orientations indicates that it is a long entrance path. So when I speedrun, I have this literally on the screen, and that's because this is my gameplay monitor, and this is my Twitch monitor, where I keep my like stream software and my manager and my mod tools and all my stuff are on this monitor. And I don't want to cover up my stream manager in case someone says something mean in Twitch chat and I need to roast them. So what I do is I cover up my stream monitor with this, and the easiest way to do that is to put it onto my stream display, which then puts it on the stream for you guys. And that's how we then got this. So if I respawn at checkpoint, you can take a screenshot of this. This is also in the Titan Valley. This graphic that you're looking at is also in the Valley of the Titans channel on the Campaign Codex Discord, as well as Lundberger's written notes. So if you want to memorize this, instead of using my visual notes, you can memorize this by looking at Lundberger's notes. I don't have it memorized, which is why I have the visual notes. No, I can't make it half-sized because it needs to be big enough for me to reference. So, like, I'll show you what I mean. If this is going to be meta as hell for a second. So my OBS looks like this, and it's on a vertical monitor. So this whole bandwidth here is only in real life about 6 inches wide. And so the actual display is only like this wide for me in real life. And then there's a bunch of information on there. So like I'm only reading off of a thing that's the size of a postcard in real life. So no, I can't make it any smaller without it becoming completely illegible for me. Mojo Fat, we are recording for YouTube. Please be appropriate. Goddamn. All right. Let's talk about Let's talk about Titan Grotto. Where is Titan Grotto? Titan Grotto. 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 Okay. Titan Grotto, I'm gonna like completely blow your mind. Titan Grotto is not a solved zone, and it is thought that perhaps it is unsolvable. So, let's talk about Titan Grotto. I'm going to put this up here, and then I want to draw on it. Okay. So, we have this entrance hallway, and then we have waypoint, checkpoint, hallway. I want you to pick a direction to go, and I want you to know that Titan Grotto is a like maze-like thing with a lot of dead ends, as we know, right? But at some point there's going to be an enforced invisible boundary. So this set of maze-like tiles is inside of a long, approximately 2x1 region. Okay. In the middle third of the region, there will be a set of opposite wall parallel bridges with checkpoints on them. The upward arrow indicates a checkpoint. When you see a hallway with a checkpoint on it, you know that that is pointing along the long direction of the map, and you know that the boss is in one of these directions. So what I want you to do when you get out of this entrance hallway is just try and go as far as you can in some direction until the game forces you not to. And then the second that you see a hallway that has a checkpoint on it, assume that that's the correct direction. What could happen, for example, is that you try and go this direction, and you end up getting curtailed like this, and then you see a hallway, and once you do that, then you're oriented to the map. But this map is not currently solved, so I'll run it, for example, and I'll explain what I'm doing. So I'm going to try and get as far to the left as I can, because I immediately dead-ended here. So I'm trying to go as down left as I can. Okay, I dead end, I dead end, I dead end. And then now I know that the long direction of the map is this direction. Okay, so now I'm just going to continue going down left. And that's because I saw that checkpoint in a down left pointing hallway. And now I'm just going to try and go as down left as I can. And at some point I will find the boss. Okay? So this is the path that I actually ran, which is almost a straight line to the boss, right? What would have happened if I had tried to just go as far down right as I could in this particular map is it would have looked like this. And so I'm trying to go down right, and it won't let me. So then I continue trying to go down right. And then at some point, as I continue to try and go down right, I then see a hallway like this that points in that direction. And now I know that I have to go down left. Okay. And now I continue trying to go down left. And then I dead end. And I find this, and then I would be forced to loop back around like this. So I just happened to make the correct guess, but you can see that even if I had chosen this direction instead of the direction that I did choose, my actual effective path would not have been that much longer. I would have just lost the time to go out, right? And then I would have had the same down left path, and then I would have had the time to go back up. So I would have lost like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. This zone is not yet solved. It is not something that I know that anyone is actively working on, so this is just going to be the trick that everyone has for a while. All that you're going to do is you're going to believe that the map is a long, skinny rectangle with walls and checkpoint with narrow bridges with checkpoints on them on either side. You're going to believe that you enter like this, and you are going to go and enter like this. We need to go back and talk about Traitor's Passage, or else the YouTube commenters are going to yell at me. So let's talk about Traitor's Passage. Traitor's Passage? Okay. Traitor's Passage is a completely solved zone at the speedrun level. I unfortunately don't have good notes for it, but it does exist. So when I enter into this zone, we are going to enter this way. Now, there are only 4 base layouts that exist for Traitor's Passage. Okay. All of them, when you enter and you have your little orientation of the entrance of the map, like this, the exit is down here. Okay. The other intermediary points of interest that you will run into are that you are going to run into a magic pack next to a checkpoint, and then there will be a chest next to that that contains a level 6 skill gem. Okay, so this is one thing. You're going to run into a magic pack next to a checkpoint with a chest that contains a level 6 skill gem. I don't have a name for that point of interest. We're just going to call it the magic pack next to the checkpoint that contains a chest that has a level 6 skill gem. It's a lot of syllables. I believe in you. Twitch chat, someone type it back to me. There's a magic pack next to a checkpoint with a chest that contains a level 6 skill gem. That's one point of interest. The other one is going to be a spiral staircase with a statue on it, with a checkpoint right here, and this is the 6 Sisters. Okay? That is one checkpoint. The other one is the Declaration of Imprisonment, which will occur at a 4-way stop sign. Possible that it's blocked off on a couple of sides, but it'll occur at a 4-way stop sign, and there'll be an obelisk here, and this obelisk here, okay, is going to have a little lore notebook on it that you can click on it. Okay. So, if you're a speedrunner, you can use the position and orientation of those various points to find the exit exactly. I have intuition based on experience that I haven't formalized into words, but what we're going to do as League Start players is just try and get as far in the direction pointed by that initial hallway as the game will let us. So in my case, I'm trying to get down and right, and now I find my little spiral staircase with the statues. And then I continue trying to go down and right, I find the Decree of Imprisonment. Which direction contains Balbala, Twitch chat? That's right, the direction that has the yellow papers on the wall. Okay, so if I just clear this pack out. Doop, doop, doop. Yep, so you're looking for the post-it notes on the wall. See the post-it notes on the wall? That points toward Balbala. Every single time, Balbala will be in the direction that has the post-it notes on the wall. Okay, so here's Balbala. And we are going to generically believe that the opposite side contains the exit. It happens that in this particular layout that is not true, and that we are instead able to go to Helani Gates this way. So remember, we're just trying to get as far down right as we possibly can. We just go down right because our initial orientation coming out of the caravan forced us down right. We find the 6 Sisters. We find the Decree of Imprisonment. The post-it notes point us toward the Degree of Imprisonment. Generically speaking, we believe that the Decree of Imprisonment, the yellow posted hallway, points toward Balbala, and the exit is the other way. It happens to be the case that that is not true in this particular layout, which I recognized with Speedrunner Brain, and therefore I knew that the exit was over here. But as a League Start player, I want you to believe this, okay? Because it's right most of the time, and as a League Start noob, that's all you need to know. If you want to become a racer and like save precious seconds, then you can do it the other way. All right, now we need to go to everyone's favorite zone. Type 1 in chat if your favorite zone is Deshar. Type 1 in chat if your favorite zone is Deshar. You will be banned from chat if you have a different favorite zone, so you better type 1. Mojo Fett, you're banned. We're going to put our light radius back on. Udex, you are also banned. Okay, so when we enter into Deshar, our initial orientation, and people are typing all kinds of, it's like people want to be banned. So our initial orientation of the tile coming out of the Ardura caravan is down and right pointing. Incredible stuff, isn't it? So at first we're going to have a little area which is quite wide. Okay. Quite wide zone, vaguely like this. And along this quite wide area, on one of the far sides here is going to be the abandoned corpse, the desecrated fallen one. I can't remember what it's called. The guy who has an artificer's orb. If we really desperately want an artificer's orb, we have to get like deep into the zone. And the way that we get deep into the zone is to just go the direction that this initial hallway points. Okay? That's what we're going to do. If we want the Artificer's Orb, then the first thing we're going to do is get out wide. Okay? Now, hot trick in this zone. GGG hates this one simple trick. You shouldn't be fighting Balbala ever. Okay? And the reason that you shouldn't be fighting Balbala is because when you get to Deshar, when you get into this portion of the zone, you can have the opportunity to fight these 2 vampire birds. And these 2 vampire birds, I can't kill because I'm on a ZDPS character that is intended to only be used for map exploration. These guys drop a guaranteed level 28 Jinn Barya that we can use as a backup plan to ascend. Level 28 Jinn Barya, better XP, better gear than the level 22 Jinn Barya. So if you want to ascend early, you can, but the Balbala fight sucks, and killing these birds is much easier. So we're going to do that. Next thing to know, you'll notice that in the first half, see how there's this consistent style of building here? And then I pass this, and then the zone opens up, and now I have this shape. The first half of the zone, your only goal is to go in the entrance hallway orientation, and then the zone will transition in the tile type that is allowed. And now we're going to be in a place with all these octagonal buildings like this. Okay. We're going to continue trying to go down and right. And it happens, because I have gigantic light radius, that we find the exit. Now, see what I mean? The first half of the zone, we have all these types of buildings. And in the second half of the zone, with octagonal thing, octagonal thing, octagonal thing, octagonal thing, octagonal thing, octagonal thing. Octagonal thing is the name of my band. Okay. Couple of things that I want to point out here. If you are approaching the building that contains the exit, it will have these orange lanterns next to it. It will also have these nice decorated arches. It has the orange lanterns on both sides. It is the only building where the octagonal lanterns are lit. Okay? Okay. So this is what we're doing. The other thing is that there is no known tell about where the Shambrin's fallen letter, the fallen Dakara, is. There is no known tell. Okay? So it's entirely possible that if you beeline to the exit, that Shambrin's letter is here, and you would have to have gone all the way through the entire zone. One second, let me click on this. So if you had beelined this correctly, it's like totally normal that when you beeline and you get, we get to the open zone, we then continue trying to go down right as far as we can. We then hit our wall. We then correctly guess over here. We recognize the orange lanterns and we go over here. And then it's entirely possible that we've found the exit very efficiently. And then after that, we look at all of these buildings and we check this one and we don't find it. We check this one and we don't find it. We check here 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 and we don't find it. And we check here and we don't find it. And then it's here. That's like a completely normal thing to happen. So, two different strategies. We get into the second half of the map, and then we start S-curving our way through. Then we find the letter, and then we beeline, and then and then we're good. This can be more efficient. In the average case, beelining and then backtracking is faster. In the best case, beelining and then backtracking is faster. In the worst case, they are the same. So it feels worse emotionally to beeline and backtrack and get owned than it does to just okay, because this feels like you're making progress the whole time. Whereas here, you go, oh, I could be done, and then you're like, oh, and you're watching your clock tick. Right? However, it is actually, from a mathematical algorithmic pathfinding perspective, more efficient to beeline and backtrack, and you just need to be okay getting owned. Sometimes you just get owned. It happens. Sometimes you try to Krangle Divine your amulet that has +4 spell levels on it, hoping for the +5, and you Krangle off the +4 spell levels to get +16 maximum energy shield, and that just happens. Sometimes you just don't hit the Krangle, okay? And it feels extremely Krungo. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's bad. I just want you to know that although emotionally the other algorithm feels better, if you are a speedrunner, you just sometimes need to be okay with the fact that the optimal algorithm is extremely misaligned with our monkey brain intuition about what feels good to do. And sometimes that shit is just Krungo. So, let's go to the next zone. Next zone is Path of Morning. This is going to be like a 7-hour YouTube video. This is great. We're not even through Act 2. Okay. When we enter into this zone, I want you as a speedrunner, you will have map knowledge about this. Like, as a speedrunner, why are you even watching this video? Well, if you are already a speedrunner. If you're trying to become a speedrunner, I understand why you're watching the video. What I want you to do is I want you to just generically believe that the zone... Okay, if you're a speedrunner, you already know this. And you go dupe, 1, 2, 3, down, 1, 2, 3, up, 1, 2, 3, exit. However, when you go down 1, 2, 3, down 1, this one sometimes doesn't exist and you have to do this, then go back up 1, 2, 3. This is the most common layout. There are other layouts that exist. This is the most common layout pattern. So the answer is just get as far right as you possibly can is the generic league start advice. However, because the zone can be mirrored, sometimes the correct solution is to get as far down as you can, because it could be down 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, but down 2, and then the exit's there. So what I want you to believe as a league start player is that getting as far down right as you can is correct, and then search for the exit by like checking either side, okay? Because the layout could, because it could be this one and it could be this one, and you don't know because the league orientation flips, because there are mirrors and rotations and reflections and translations and other SU2 symmetries that can occur in this thing. Shout out to the one math person in chat is going to point out that this actual symmetry set that I just pointed out isn't SU2. You're the GOAT. You're so cool. You know group theory. Congratulations to the one math knower in chat, like the one real, you know, mathematics bachelor degree holder, GigaChad physicist person in the Twitch chat who points out that this isn't SU2. You're cool. I want you to know that you're cool. I said SU2. It's not actually SU2. I don't want to think about what the actual symmetry group is here, because that's not the point. The point is that the league start player just needs to go whoop and then like search parallel once you get deep. However, in the league that I'm in, I happen to know that the correct thing here is to go down, then you go over, okay? And then, like I said, then you go down, and then look. This one spawned, but it doesn't connect, so we have to go up one. Okay. Okay, so it happens that because I know what league I'm in, that I was able to like do the whole thing. Right? So we got the pattern. Look, guys, we got the pattern. It's not exactly the pattern, but hey, it's all good. We went down 1, 2, 3, down 1, up 1, down 1, and then it didn't, and then the pattern broke because it's supposed to go here. We got blocked here, so we got a variation where it went. But. So it's just get as far right as you can, and then you'll be forced into the exit. If you had tried to go down right in this, if you had taken Uncle Crimson's generic advice, you would have been blocked. But then look, you would have been forced to double back, and then you would have gone down right, and then you would have gotten blocked, and you would have gotten forced to down right, and then you would have gone right, and you would have gone right, and then you would have gone, oh, I tried to go down right, you would have been blocked, and then you would have correctly realized that you go here. So you'd have had like a little bit of doubling back in dead ends. If you aren't a GigaChad speedrunner with, you know, ultra GigaChad brain, but like in general, that's the, you just try and get down right. Okay. Now, I want to show you guys like the most insane, beautiful graphic in the speedrun Discord, which is for Spires of Deshar. Fire MCG is the absolute GOAT. Okay, I'm going to show you guys like an insane thing here. I have to move my face cam again. 1 second. Okay, we're putting me over there. Boss is always opposite side from entrance. The map consists of 7 rows and 12 columns of interconnected octagons. The Sisters PoI, where you get the 10% lightning resistance, can't spawn on the outline of the grid. The Sisters PoI is surrounded by a small octagon tile in all 4 cardinal directions. The Sisters POI can only spawn on an even numbered column and odd numbered row. Okay, so the main spline that you spawn in is 1, and it can be on the main spline, but can't be on the next, and can be on the third. The spawn always consists of the same 4 tiles, thus preventing the Sisters POI from spawning on column 2. So it can be on column 4, 6, 8, 10, and it can be on row 1, 3, -1. Did this guy make a PhD about this zone? This is what it feels like to be in the speedrun community. Sometimes people just drop main zones. Now, if you need to farm items, if your character is weak, this is a good zone to fully explore. Good magic pack density, good stuff here. Like, this is a good zone to just get owned in because it'll make you wander around, you'll kill a bunch of stuff. You'll get good item upgrades, you'll get level 27 armors, you'll get flask upgrades, you'll get level 8 skill gems, bunch of stuff that you can get here that'll help you with Jamanra. So like, this is an okay zone to not know on League Start, because the answer is like, just go right and like wiggly wobbly about. However, what you should do is try to stay on the main spline. And if you get all the way to the boss without finding the thing, then you should go 1, 2 rows up and clear out this row. Okay? So I'll show you what I mean by going back to the game. I am currently on the main spline, by which I mean there is a row. There is a main spline here that I'm going to try and stay on. And if I get all the way to the end without finding the Sisters Garrukhan, then I don't want to be on this row. I want to be on the row above it. And I know that this column cannot contain it, but this column can, and this column can. Okay, so it just can't be super early. And I will move my face cam back to my traditional position, which is right there. And we will just jump through the zone real quick. So we're just going to try and stay on the main spline where we can. Okay, so we didn't find the 6 sisters on the main spline. So then now we know that the sisters cannot occur near the entrance. Okay, so it could be on this row of octagons, but we've already cleared out a little bit of this, and we know that it can't be here. So there's a very limited region it can be here, but we know that it could occur 2 rows down here. So it can't be along this row, but it could be on this row that we haven't revealed at all yet. So therefore, we're going to go to the bottom half of the map, to the south half of the map in the orientation that I'm in right now. Okay, and then now we're going to search along here. Okay, and we found it. So it happened that I needed to explore a big fraction of the map this time. But remember, it can be along this middle spline, it cannot be along here, and it can be here again, and then it can't be here. So when we got all the way to the end, we had already seen a little bit of this row, and we said, well, it's more likely to be in one of these positions, because we've already received this, so if I had walked this way, I would have been wasting a little bit of my time, and I made the correct guess that it was along here, based on the statistical information of the amount of map that I had revealed. Because I walked bup, and so I had already seen this, and I went, I haven't seen any of the bottom half of the map. And I go bup, find it, and then I can checkpoint back. So this happens to be one of the longer runs that you can possibly get. But remember, I've told you that there's good experience, good gear in this zone, because it's above a breakpoint where it's at a zone level that's like good for your League Start character, because it's a level 30 zone, so you can get a flask upgrade here. Flask upgrades are huge for your survivability. You can get level 28 boots, level 28 weapons. Like, if you're a mace player, you can get temple mauls. If you're a crossbow player, you can get alloy crossbows. You can get spired great helms. You can get all the different evasion bases. It's possible to get level 8 skill gems can drop here, level 2 support gems. Bunch of good like potential modifiers here for your character. So this is like a good place if you get owned in a zone. This is an okay zone to get owned in because it's a place where you can farm experience more efficiently at that like level 28 to 30 range, where all those good items that help you kill Jamanra start to happen. I am not going to explain at all the Dreadnought or Dreadnought Vanguard because the layout is so fixed that it's like extremely crungo to explain. Like it's just we're not. Like if you get lost in Dreadnought Vanguard or Dreadnought, like Lord help you. Okay, I'm sorry. Like the Dreadnought is an auto scroller. Like it's the same layout like every time. Just don't get owned. YouTube viewers, we are once again taking a quick break at the end of an act because I need to pee and get food into my body. So there's going to be a BRB screen with a timestamp for you, YouTube viewers. If you are a Twitch chat viewer, now is a good time to get a drink, go to the bathroom, eat a snack, and I'll be back in a few minutes myself after I get some food in me. So I'll see you guys in Act 3 in a few minutes. There will be a timestamp in the YouTube video description to let you skip this long BRB screen. Bye-bye. Welcome back, YouTube. I ate a waffle. It was delicious. It had peanut butter on it. Like, I actually got out the waffle iron, mixed up the pancake batter. I made an actual waffle covered in peanut butter. I should be good to go for all of Act 3. All right. Let's talk about Act 3, shall we? Act 3, best act. Committee is out to lunch on that one. So, you start in the Sandswept Marsh in Act 3. Sandswept Marsh, you enter, and Sandswept Marsh is always going to have an entrance shaped like this, always. And the exit is going to be, generically speaking, here, and we're going to talk about environmental tells. Ooh. So, this is the only zone in the campaign of which I am aware where the map generation uses two different types of algorithm to generate the entire map, by which I mean there are tile-based maps and there are dungeon-generated maps, and this is the only one in the campaign that I know of where the first half is tile-based, the first half is dungeon-based and the second half is tile-based. So in reality, Sandswept Marsh is two different zones wearing a map, wearing a hat, a trench coat, whatever it is, it's trying to trick you. The simple explanation of what you need to do in here is this entrance hallway in the map that I'm in right now, the part that my character is on right now, points to the top right. So if I go to the top right, the exit will be in the top right. Now, once I cross this bridge, I am in a different map than I was before. So you'll notice, if I look at this, all of this is narrow hallways, so even though this is an open air zone, I want you to believe that this first half of the map is a quote-unquote dungeon, because dungeons are characterized by having these sorts of narrow hallway shapes, right? Narrow hallways. So it is an open air area, and then once we cross this bridge, or the other one that exists on the other side, now we're in an open air map, okay? In this first half, it will always be the case that it's just sort of a big open square. And again, in the middle third is where we expect to encounter the foul ritual. That's all I want you to know as a League Start player. As a speedrunner, there are like environmental tells that you can use. For example, this hallway shape, you can recognize from farther away. And then, of course, the existence of a checkpoint will tell you that you're near foul ritual. So you can get some idea that when you look at the longitudinal direction of the map, when you see a transverse hallway that is at least 2 units long, that gives you information that blah, 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 who cares? The important thing for League Start players is just that we want you to know that if you see the checkpoint, foul ritual, root dredge gives you a guaranteed level 9 skill gem, which is a big important thing for you to get, because you are somewhere between level 28 and 32 at this point in your campaign playthrough, and that's a level 31 equipable skill gem, which is dope. It's a big breakpoint. You get access to new types of skills at that point. So that's super exciting. The other thing that I want you to know as a League Start player, I'm going to show you the whole map just so we can have an example to talk about. Okay, so we're going to just clear out the whole map. Okay. Is that hanging tree gives a guaranteed ring. Okay, and then when you come over here, hello, fucking let me through, thank you. Once we cross these bridges, we are now in a different map than we were before. So first half Sandswept Marsh, very easy to read. And then what I want you to notice is that the tile type changes. When I get over from the sand into these taller trees, that will point you towards the Ziggurat Encampment. And if I walk down here, you can see the Azak campfire. So all that I want you to know is the general shape of the zone, which is really easy to understand. It is a long rectangle where the first half and the first 2/3 and the last 1/3 are completely different types of map generation. You'll notice this is all one set of tiles. It's these sort of oblong shapes. And this is a more open-ended area. And you'll notice that there's this band of trees where it transitions from sandy ground to like mossy, earthy ground. And that will always help you find the Ziggurat Encampment just by knowing that you're about to approach this boundary of the map. It'll always be the case that the Ziggurat Encampment and the Azak campfire are on opposite edges. The other thing that I want you to know is that if you look along the entrance here, it is generally the case that that sort of bisects the middle of the map. And so you can find the exit, and then you'll just need to search along this long wall here. There's not a whole lot to teach about this map. The map generation is like really hard to understand. It's one of the zones that's like not well understood by top speedrunners in terms of like how exactly to find route gens perfectly consistently. That said, if you have an idea of how deep you are into the map, if you've run a bunch of times, you can get an idea that you're like, I'm probably at like roughly the correct depth into the map to like do a little bit of wibbly wobbly transverse movement and try and find the foul ritual if you want that skill gem, which a lot of players do. Then we're going to go into the Ziggurat Encampment, and I want to make a special point here, a special point about the overworld map in Act 3. Every single act that we've talked about so far, I've made the point of saying you want to check the overworld map to understand the general direction of the way that things can connect to each other, and that will give you like a good general heading for which way to go. Act 3, so far, in every league that's happened, has had the same overworld map, which is weird. What we know from talking to level design devs, excuse me, what we know from talking to level design devs is that this will not always be the case. So take with that what you will. So it's entirely possible in 0.4 that when you enter into the Ziggurat Encampment, you guys have always been used to Drowned City being down and right. It's entirely possible that that gets flipped. Code to generate that does exist. We don't currently know why it's a fixed orientation. Like the devs haven't said, hey, we haven't finished the art for the pyramid that flips the other way. It's possible that that's true. What I expect to be the case is like, that's my hypothesis, is that like, since there's so many large, very detailed structures in Act 3, all these large overworld pyramids and things, we really want to, I would guess that that's the case. And so I think it isn't until we get all the way through the full production and release of Act 6 that we start seeing other generations of Act 3 where things are flipped in a different way. So that if you're watching this video far in the future for some future league start, it's pretty likely that this video is out of date in that way. If you're watching it for 0.4, we of course don't know that this will be the case, but I would hypothesize that we're going to see the same orientation of Act 3 that we've already seen for 0.1, 0.2, and 0.3. That's my guess. So we enter Ziggurat Encampment, and we need to enter into the Jungle Ruins. So we're going to go do that. We go out to the Jungle Ruins, and when we get out to the Jungle Ruins, we know a couple of things can happen right away. So first off, our map orientation points toward the top left. Okay? What we expect generically to happen, by the way, let me just not get owned by this monkey. 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and pause the game. So the map opens up toward the top left. We'll just start there. Map goes top left. We expect the exit to be here or here, and we know that the Silverback Gorilla Arena is probably here. We also know that there is some non-transversable, like mossy pondy stuff here. So what we typically expect is that going left and hugging wall until we find that mossy pondy area that we can't traverse is correct. When we find that, we then engage in our, demi-romantic engagement with that until we start seeing Monkey Arena signs. The other thing to point out is that there is a field vendor in this zone who we really want to hang out with. So I'm just going to run the zone and talk about what I'm looking at. So here I have found my non-traversable zone. I'm then going to go ahead and wall hug my way around. I get blocked to this side. So I now go the other way. Hello. Thank you. Okay. And then now I continue on through. Now, when I find Gwendolyn Albright over here in the Traversal Encampment, she has 2 blue chests and a white chest. On League Start, I want you to click on this because it will always contain a 4-mod pair of gloves. Always. That white chest will always have that. Okay, so I want you to click on that on your League Start. Then we have already seen a little bit of Monkey Arena, so we will go over and hang out with the monkey for a second. Now, I have ridiculous light radius on this character, but you would see Monkey Arena, and then in our case, we're just going to go ahead and run away. So if I go back to the beginning, how's it going, Lisa? We're doing map hack in your mind. Come on. All right, fine. Fuck it. Fuck it. Reset at checkpoint. All right. So let's talk about what we did to run this zone. I'll show you the example here. We know, generically speaking, from the entrance orientation that the exit will be somewhere along this wall. Okay, thank you for the follow. Then when we try to go that direction, we encounter a boundary on the map, which is our non-traversable little boggy area. Here is another one. We then have to surf along this wall, and we happened, in this particular case, to incorrectly go this way at first. Then we hit another map boundary, and we doubled back. When we doubled back, we then went through here, and we started to see these environmental clues for the Monkey Arena. You'll notice that those are the only right angle areas that are freestanding. It is possible for other right angle stony tiles to exist, but in general, if you see those, you should believe that you are near Monkey, because the tile set near Monkey is correct. Once we then knew where Monkey was, we then expected the exit to be over here. Okay? So as a consequence, you go up, and we happened to see our little panhandle where we know the exit is. If we hadn't seen it here, we would have wall surfed a bit over here to check, and if we hadn't seen it over here, we would have then checked over here. So to draw on the map what our actual path was, we went here, we had to double back, we saw the environmental clue, we would have had our monkey fight. From monkey fight, we would have proceeded this way. We see a checkpoint here, we're good to go. If you really want to find Venom Crypts or Gwendolyn Albright or the like Survey's Sun thing to get your belt, so you can get guaranteed accessories throughout all of Act 3. You can get a 4-mod belt. You can, by the way, I burned my hand, you can see on the waffle iron during lunch. You can get 4-mod belt from Survey, 4-mod gloves from Gwendolyn Albright, 4-mod boots from Sebastian Caraway, and 4-mod helm from the abandoned field vendor in Chimera Wetlands. If you want all of those things, which in the SSF environment you definitely want, or in the League Start I'm broke environment you definitely want, the thing to do is to paintbrush technique your way around. And paintbrush technique, for anyone joining the stream late or clicking around in the video a lot, we look at the size of our light radius, and we take the full width of our light radius, and we just try and gently kiss the edge of the map with our light radius. So we would have done like this, for example. We would have found all those things. So you're just wall surfing with your full light radius there. Okay? So that's what the paintbrush technique is that we refer to a lot. I'm just saying stay one light radius away from the wall. Okay, so that's how you get to the end of this particular map. And then we're going to go to Infested Barrens. Infested Barrens is the worst map in the campaign in terms of the overworld correlation bug being broken. This is 100% a place where you will be shaking your fist and yelling, Suna! And being super mad. So, please note, if I draw on the map here, you can see that we entered going this way, which does not make sense because we exited the previous map going this way. So we somehow got 180 degrees flipped in a way that literally does not make sense. Right? Like, I was just facing northwest. Why am I now facing southeast? That isn't supposed to happen, by the way. Like, that's wrong. So this is a place where super advanced map generation knowledge is needed to, like, exactly solve the zone. But I'll give you some general heuristics. This is not a solved zone. Speedrunners frequently get owned. The simplest thing to do is just to wall hug your way around. So you're forced through a bottleneck. Like, if I completely ran this zone, you would see that I see all of this. When I start seeing these completely straight walls, I know that the Motlin Waterways exit is connected to this canal, and therefore I know that I should continue to hug this wall if I want to find the waypoint checkpoint. But just to make the point of it, if I had for some reason gone the opposite way and missed this wall, I would be forced quickly back into this bottleneck anyways. It is not possible to miss the waypoint in this zone. Then, once we see this zone here, and we know that the environmental overworld thing is broken, we then need to, like, plunder around in order to find both Azak Bog for our spirit gem and Chimera Wetlands. What we're going to do is... That's not what I want to do. I don't want the draw dock to go away. Thank you. Bring that back. Doop. What we're going to do is we're going to just continue to wall surf. That's our league start strategy. If you're an advanced speedrun player, what I want you to do is I want you to see this blocker tile shape and this, and I want you to go this way if you are skipping Azak Bog. Okay? So I want you to look at the shape of this hallway, and if there's a straight wall opposite Motlin Waterways, okay? So Motlin Waterways Canal, we want to get away from Motlin Waterways Canal as a speedrunner who's looking for Chimera Wetlands. And so I want you to then wall hug this if you are a speedrunner. League start players, please just paintbrush technique your way this way so you're guaranteed to find both Azak Bog and Chimera Wetlands. Speedrun players, please get away from Motlin Waterways and do that by following this contour. So I'll model that movement just so you guys have an example here. Okay, and then now I'm in this like sandy yellow clay area, and now I'm looking for like green Chimera Wetlands tells. Okay, and then I get to Sebastian Caraway, and Sebastian Caraway also has a white chest next to him, and that white chest contains a pair of boots. And then I found Chimera Wetlands because I went through this portion of the map that has yellow clay. I started searching for this set of barrier trees that allows it to transition from like sandy yellow clay back to green plants. And I did that by trying to get away from Motlin Waterways and sort of hugging this wall a little bit. Okay. So again, as a league start player, you want to just map hug this way. As a speedrunner who wants to skip Azak Bog, what you want to do is you want to just wall hug whatever like blocker exists here, right? That points the furthest away from Motlin Waterways is the one that you hug. Neither one of these is perfect, okay? Neither one of these strategies is a perfect, consistent strategy. I am unaware of a perfect, consistent strategy to do this. It's entirely possible for Chimera Wetlands to do over this. So you want to use a combination of like the early hint of trying to follow this map contour here, and also knowing that you're looking for this set of trees and you're trying to see like all the yellow sandy stuff that exists here should point you back towards some like green planty stuff here. And when you see that transition, that is the Chimera Wetlands exit area. Okay, because it transitions from this. And then Azak Bog, by the way, is typically within the yellow sandy area. So we'd expect Azak Bog to be somewhere like down there if we went to go look for it. But I don't care about Azak Bog. I'm a speedrunner. I don't care about maps. I don't care about keeping my character. So we're just going to move on to Chimera Wetlands. Now, Chimera Wetlands is the single most cursed zone in the entire speedrun. Okay? I want you to just sit here and contemplate this. For the zones where I have described perfect map knowledge existing, like Red Veil, there are like 8 layouts, 4 layouts, 12 layouts, 16 layouts. Some of those are memorized, some of those are high numbers, but they're all within the scope of things that you can use a couple of key tells to differentiate in order to figure out where to go. For reasons completely surpassing my understanding, Chimera Wetlands has 40 possible base layouts. Most of those are based on knowing the overworld position of the entrance from Infested Barrens, the exit to Jaquani's Mechanarium, and the exit to the Trial of Chaos. However, this is so many more layouts than you can possibly solve, given that we have the current overworld map bug that I've described like 30 times, that all I want you to do in this zone, until you see a new overworld map in Act 3. So like right now, you exit Ziggurat Encampment the same way every time. Drowned City is always to the down right of Ziggurat Encampment. The exit to Jungle Ruins is always to the up left of Ziggurat Encampment, etc., etc. I want you to just generically believe that the zone is a big open circle, and that the exit to Jaquani's Mechanarium has to face left. Therefore, the exit has to be somewhere along this left wall, and your traversal plan should be to just hug left wall. Until we see a new overworld map, or the first time that someone sees a right-facing Chimera boss fight arena, you should continue to believe that the Chimera boss fight arena, which always has a bottleneck like this, opens up like this, has one pillar here, one pillar here, one pillar here, and then a staircase to Jaquani's Mechanarium like this. So this is a left-facing boss-facing arena. Until you see a north-facing one, or an east-facing one, or a south-facing one, which no one has ever seen in any league, in any private league that I'm aware of. This has never happened. There is code in the files for it to happen, but so far it is programmatically prevented from happening. Until you see that for the first time, I want you to continue believing that the correct strategy for this is here. If this YouTube video is more than 4 months old, so if you're watching this in April 2026 or later, and you're preparing for ODOT 5, tag me in the comments and ask me if this is still true. And or join the Codex Discord or my personal Discord and ask me if this is still true. But for now, I want you to just generically believe that hugging left wall is good, and so I want you to just continue to hug left wall. Okay, so I just want you to go through here, continue hugging left wall. Okay, and then now we found the Chimera boss fight arena, and now we would have our exit to Chimera Wetland. But note that this boss arena always faces to the left. And so hugging left wall and learning to recognize that this shape always bottlenecks you into Chimera boss fight, which means if you see in particular this little piece of stonework here, which I will show you again. If you see that piece of stonework here, or especially once you see the checkpoint, you should know that Chimera is here. Now, Trial of Chaos is always along the north boundary of the map. So if you want to find Trial of Chaos and you've already found Chimera, you just want to continue, and now you want to hug the north wall, which happens to be continuing to hug the left wall, but now we're just trying to go northerner. Okay. So now we're trying to find Trial of Chaos, and Trial of Chaos, so far, as of the end of 0.3, Trial of Chaos always north-facing. Now, the other thing that I want to point out, for the deep ball knowledge people here, is that you will always get a 4-mod yellow helm from the Ravaged Encampment, which means that together with Survey's Belt and the other field marshal and the other field vendor white chest items, you are always guaranteed to get a 4-mod pair of yellow boots, a 4-mod pair of yellow gloves, a 4-mod helm, and a 4-mod belt. So all of your accessory slots, non-weapon, non-jewelry, non-chest piece, you're guaranteed to get 4-mod items here. And so you should just always believe Temple of Chaos faces north, this hallway always faces north, and this one always faces west. Therefore, if you want to find Chimera, which you do, you want to just hug left wall, and that will be your strategy for now. This can change in the future. Okay, let's talk about Jaquani's. Let's talk about Jaquani's, just both Jaquani's, in fact. Jaquani's Mechanarium. So Jaquani's Mechanarium is a really simple zone. It will always be the case that Jaquani's Mechanarium has this first little area, and one of the soul cores will always spawn in here. So you go and get Jaquani's Mechanarium. The position of this is random, so we don't have like a good, cool thing for you to do. Now, I want to point out one important thing here. I'm going to reveal just enough of the map to show you what I am talking about. Okay, so I'm just revealing a bunch of the map. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and reset a checkpoint so I can show you this. So, one thing I want you to know is if you look at my map, this should be obvious just from looking at it and from the way that I ran it. This hallway always right angle serpentines its way to Jaquani's Sanctum. The other thing I want to point out is that it had a short path here and a longer excursion path here, which means that there is more map here. Like, this distance is longer than this distance, very slightly. Okay? So, if you had to guess, if you went and found Jaquani's Sanctum... First, okay, let's talk about how to find Jaquani's Sanctum first. If you have Leap Slam, you can, in fact, just follow this and Leap Slam over these blocks. Which is a very consistent but somewhat boring way to run the zone. Instead, if you didn't have Leap Slam, you wouldn't be able to get past this, 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 or this. And so you would need to find some other way to do it. I want you to keep in the back of your head that we know that this path always serpentines. And so therefore, if I see this angle, okay, I know that at some point it's going to bend back and go this way. So if I'm running this zone generically and I don't have Leap Slam, I would run in, see this part of the angle, and then try and keep going this direction. Okay? Then when I see this, I would see this block, and I would keep going this direction. And I would see, oh, the path is now going this way, because I've kept mental track of the fact that the path is going back and forth. And so, oh, I know that now the exit has to be like this way, right? So my actual path, if I didn't have Leap Slam, would be, I come here, I see that the path goes this way, I can't follow it, I go this way. I see that the path goes this way, I can't follow it, I continue to go straight. I see that the path crosses me again, I go straight, and I go this way because I know that the path is now, like, to this side of me. In which case I would be able to really easily functionally run the zone perfectly, simply by keeping track of this main serpentine path. If you have Leap Slam, it's even easier because you can follow the path itself. Okay, so if you're on any character that has Leap Slam or any other mobility skill, you have this as an option for you. Jukwani Sanctum is always at the end of the path? Correct. Jukwani Sanctum is literally always at the end of the path. You will never find an example where it isn't. Now, the next question for you is, if you've run this zone before, you know that you want to find one of two things. You want to find Blackjaw the Remnant, and you want to find the Buried Treasure Sanctum. Okay? If you want to find Blackjaw the Remnant for your plus 10% fire res bonus, there's no easy 100% consistent way to do this. However, what you can do is, if this distance is short, meaning if the distance from here to here is short, then you should believe that Blackjaw is to that side. This is not perfect. This is not always correct. If this distance, if the serpentine path had gone out wide and then had come back like this, then, and this distance were quote-unquote long, then you should believe Blackjaw the Remnant is to the opposite side. So short same, long different. SS. Short same, long different. SSLD. You can come up with your own meaning for SSLD. Super Soaker on a long day. Sure. Okay, now that tell isn't consistent. It for a long time we believed that that was perfect. It's not, but that's one idea. Okay, but you can just keep track of this environmental path, and that path will always point you to Jukwani's Sanctum. I promise. Now, let's talk about Jukwani's Mechanarium, which is a zone that I'm going to love explaining because, like, extremely simple to explain. Jukwani's Sanctum, from the speedrunner perspective, is like the easiest zone in the entire game to understand. I have my little boss arena. I have my little stage. They connect like this. That makes this the conventional direction. It will always be the case that if I just orient myself to the size of the map by looking at the size of this room, that I can go out about 2.5 of those distances, and then run up and find a generator. Boop, 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 boop. In both of these places. I'm going to leave that drawing on the screen, and we're going to see how close I drew it to correct, just in terms of its scale. So on the left side, I drew it almost perfect, and in both cases, I drew the correct, like, distance out, approximately. So, like, on the left side, I drew it almost bang on perfect if I line it up carefully here. Right. In this case, I drew this distance too long, but you can see that my distance to traverse out was almost perfect in both cases. For a rough sketch, it's pretty good. Now, one trick I want to teach you guys, if you're not familiar, suppose that we hadn't found this little quest item Soul Core as we did in this particular case. one thing that you can do is you can clear out some area around the boss arena. Okay. So now I've cleared out this whole region, let's say. And then if I respawn at checkpoint, it will respawn the soul cores. So notice there was one here and now it's moved. What that means is if I clear out a little area and then I respawn at checkpoint, now there's one here. And then I respawn at checkpoint and there's no soul core here. And so what I can do is I can clear out a little area and then just respawn at checkpoint until it happens to be within my field of view. And then I can just come over here, grab it, put it in my little generator, and then respawn at checkpoint again. Okay, and it happens that both of them are right here. And I would be able to like checkpoint back to the other side. So you don't need to search the whole zone. In fact, I would argue that you shouldn't search the whole zone. Okay? Because this middle portion of the zone here, all of this, sorry, that's a bit of an exaggeration. All of this region, and in fact, like this region as well, right? You don't need to search. And so we've cut the zone size that you actually need to search by, you know, 60%, let's say. Because you'd be able to, like, come out here efficiently. You wouldn't have seen any of this and this. You wouldn't have seen any of this. You'd then come out here efficiently. You wouldn't have seen anything below, like, this line or outside this line. You wouldn't have seen any of this. And so that means that the actual size of the zone that you cover, the full size of the zone is here. And the actual portion of the zone that you end up really actually needing to explore is like we'll say this much. Which means you don't need to fully reveal the map, you need to reveal 30% of the total area of the map. Because how much blue is on your screen right now compared to this amount of pink, right? If you don't need to see any of this pink area and you only need to explore the blue area, you've cut the zone size by 75%, 60%. Depends on how much you need to explore to find the soul cores, but you can save yourself a substantial amount of time. And this layout is always the case. It can, like, rotate to be the other way, but that's all it can do. So it's an extremely fixed zone. I'm not going to talk about Motlin Waterways because Motlin Waterways like literally like forces you to go to the correct place. So let's talk about Drowned City. Okay, Drowned City, I'm going to like blow your mind before we do anything. Okay, so we're going to go back to the Microsoft Paint. Okay, and I'm going to draw a heuristic. And then we're going to talk about it at, like, substantial depth. Okay? So, Drowned City, in the current set of leagues that exist, always looks like this. It's a square, like this, with a canal here, and a canal here. And you always enter here, and there's always a boss arena here, which is sort of triangle shaped. Okay, so we'll draw it as a triangle. I'll erase this other bit. Okay, so we'll just pretend that this is a triangle. Okay, it's always like this. Okay. Now, then there's always a blocker here. So as a League Start player who doesn't want to memorize things, all I want you to know is that, generically speaking, you need to get this way, and then cross a bridge, and then you need to get this way, and then cross this tile, and then you need to check the whole of this area for the Molten Vault and the exit to the Apex of Filth. Okay? That's all I want you to know as a League Start player. Go this way, go this way. Once you cross this boss tile, start wandering around, and there'll be a road here, and you can just follow that road as a League Start player who doesn't want to memorize things. But if you are a speedrunner and you want to get giga fast, you can thank the combination of Angormus and Guy That Dies for doing this zone exploration. So I'm going to draw the same map I just drew, and then we're going to add some information to the map. Okay. So you enter, and then there's a little building here. Okay, and you enter here. And then I'm going to label some parts of the map. The distance from here to this canal, we are going to call A. And then the distance from this canal to here, we are going to call B. And then the distance from the entrance to this canal, we are going to call C. And we are going to call this location star. Okay? If you are a speedrunner and you are doing your competitive racing, what you can do is you can obey the following rules in this order. I'm going to draw it in purple. If A is 8 units long, the correct way to go is left. Then you're going to cross a little canal at some point here, and when you do that, you just follow the road. Okay? If A is equal to 6, then you need to look at B. If B is less than A, meaning if B is 3 units or 5 units long, then the correct answer is to go right. If B is longer than A, then you need to look at C. Okay? If C is 11 units, then you go left. If C is 14 units, then you look at star. If star is wall, then you go middle. If star is water, then you go left. Okay? So what you should be doing is that. Now, I want to blow your mind again, which is that you shouldn't even measure C at all. What you should do instead is mentally keep a note of this line, completely horizontal, from the entrance point. And if the checkpoint here is like way below this horizontal line, then C is 11. For which map is this? Drowned City. 1 unit is the width of the road. I'll show you what I mean in a second. Like, I'll draw this on a real example. Okay? Strategist, are you a racer, or are you just like a casual player who wants a fast league start? What up, Brown _? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What up, Strategist? Thank you both for the first time messages. So, if you keep track of this orange horizontal line, if the checkpoint on the boss arena is like way below this horizontal line, okay? What up, Vitruth? How you doing, man? I just want to be able to help my friend get through content faster. You 100% do not need to memorize this thing. You like, all that you need to do is you need to know that you need to go this way, then explore. But to go back to the thing, if C is 11, then this checkpoint is going to be below this horizontal line. If C is 14, it's still going to be below the horizontal line, but like a little bit. Okay? So what that means in practice is that if you just keep a mental model of this horizontal line, you can just go, oh, well, the checkpoint is way below this, so I go left. Oh, the checkpoint is like kind of close to that line. I need to go double check where star is. Okay, so I'll show you an example of this in 1 second. How do I... Where is Drowned City? Drowned City is here. Let me pick a cursed example. Okay. Okay, so here's an example of Drowned City. Okay. If we go in from the entrance here, see how there are all these pips on the map where you go, this is one coordinate, and then this is one coordinate. This is one unit. So Drowned City is on a grid system. This is one unit. Okay? So from this corner of the blocker tile, which corresponds to A on this drawing, from here, okay? From here, we just count units until we find this canal. And we go 1 unit, 2 unit, 3 unit, 4 unit, 5 unit, 6 units to cross the canal. Okay? Then we count from here again to find this line, and we would go 1 unit, 2 unit, 3 unit, 4 unit, 5 unit. Okay, so this would be A equals 5, B equals, excuse me, A equals 6, B equals 5 is what this layout is. And that tells us to go right. So we would cross through the triangle and we would go to the right. And the exit is here. I can pick another example here. Sure. So this one would be 6, and then this unit is 9. And then we check and we look, oh, look, I draw a horizontal line from here to here. Okay. And this is way below the line, which means that this is 11 units, and therefore I need to go left. So I go left, and I follow the road, and it takes me to the exit. If I pick another random example here, I would then look at this, and I would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 9. And I would see that this checkpoint and this checkpoint are almost horizontally in line with each other. Okay. So then I would look at this and I would see that it's wall and not water right here at star location. And that tells me to go left, and therefore I would go left and I would follow the road, and that would take me, excuse me, it's wall, so I go straight. So I would follow this and then I would go around and I would do this. Sorry, it's wall, so you go straight. And so you would find that. Okay. So you can use this ridiculous pathfinding algorithm in order to memorize this. If you are a League Start player, you do not need to memorize the pathfinding algorithm. All that you need to know is that if you are a League Start player, if you just have the general idea that in Drowned City, all I want to do as a League Start player, not a racer, is to know that there's a canal here and a canal here, and your general goal in each of these tiles is to go this way, then explore. Okay, that's all I want you to know as the League Start player. Once I cross this canal, I start going this way. Then I just explore shit, and I follow the road, and that's all I needed to do. So this way, and then explore and follow the road. That's all you need as a League Start player. As a racer, you need to memorize the other thing. Okay? Now let's talk about Apex of Filth. Apex of Filth is a good zone to use your environmental tell skills because you don't need to memorize shit. Okay? So let's go back to the game for a second. And let's go, like, first off, I'll just flex one time. Okay, so we're just looking for our exit here. We respawn at checkpoint because we got pushed out of the map too much. Six. 5. Nope. 6, 9. And then I compare, and then that tells me to go, hello, please let me through, thank you. That molten vault is here, and I'm getting owned. So then the exit is middle. And I'm being a goof. Wait, what? Guys, I'm getting owned on video. On my own YouTube video. I can't. Hello? Let me click on the checkpoint, please. The fuck? Please let me click on the checkpoint. What are we doing? Hello? What is happening? Why is it... It's not letting me click on the checkpoint to checkpoint reset, and now I'm annoyed. Did I mismeasure the map layout distance? Oh yeah, this is 5, not 9. Why am I stupid? This is 6. And then 5. I don't know why I mismeasured the other... Whatever. This is 6, 5, so you go right. I got fucking wrecked, dude. Holy shit. On my own video tutorial. Okay, let's talk about Apex of Filth. What up, Mojo Fett? Okay, in Apex of Filth, we have this entrance tile, which... Okay, in Apex of Filth, we have this entrance tile where we get put in, and then all I want you to do is just check this tile where it lets you out. We can already tell that it's going to let us out in this direction. Okay? Because I have gigantic light radius on the... I have literally max light radius on this character, so this is a little bit unfair. But suppose that we ran through and then we saw this. We would walk out through this part of the map, and then we would look for this bottleneck. Okay? So what I want you to do is when you see this bottleneck, I want you to make a mental note where you see these two lines, and I want you to believe that there is something in that corner or in that corner. We can just pick one, and now we have a 50-50. So all we do is we look for, we see this shape, and we just check dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end. Nope, this one lets us out. Then we will see a tile that looks like this. You will note, PoE experienced Giga Chads, that this is where we say Atziri, Atziri. Can I get some Atziri, Atziris in the chat, please? Can I get some Atziri, Atziris in the chat, please? Please? Thank you. Oh, okay. No, capital Atziri, Atziri, one word. All caps. In all caps. Can I get some Atziri, Atziris in the chat? One word. One word. Someone do it. It's an emote. Please. It's an emote in our chat. Guys, what? Come on. Twitch chat. I'm being trolled by my Twitch chat. All caps together, one word. Thank you. Atziri, Atziri. Atziri, Atziri. There we go. Atziri, Atziri. Welcome in, Manny Fresh. Welcome to the stream. So this is actually just the Ziggurat, okay? And so what we're doing is we're then going to see this bottleneck, and we will see this same shape again in a minute. And I want you to just pick one of these slopes. You're just going to be a little guy on your little skis. And I want you to just ski down the mountain. Okay? In whatever direction you pick. I want you to do it either off of this slope or off of this slope. And in one of those corners will be the Queen of Filth. So what we're going to do is we're in this giant map. There's a wall back here. If we check this corner and there's no Queen of Filth, we're then just going to run this way and find the Queen of Filth. Okay? So I'm going to go back over to this checkpoint, and we're going to go topside first. Okay, and then we happened to find Queen of Filth here. And we did that just by looking for the exit to this first zone. Then we just picked one of these two slopes and we happened to win the gamble. So we, quote-unquote, skied off the slope of this in our little funnel. We have this little hourglass shape here. And we just skied off the slope. And we happened to win the gamble first time. If we hadn't, we would have needed to go back and around and over here. So if we hadn't gotten what we got, we would have come up here. We would have seen that this is a dead end. No. Also, we don't use that word in my chat. Thank you. So if we had gotten a dead end, then we would have needed to go back around like this. That's all. That's it. That's the whole map read for the area. That's all it is. There's nothing fancier than you want. And Mushroom Lady with her who sells you flasks, you don't want to hang out with her anyways. It's like not worth gathering all the mushrooms to get a flask upgrade. Let's go talk about the Temple of Copek though. So we're going to go to Temple of Copek. Which maybe we can't get into because I don't currently have a... Yeah, okay, cool. We can get into Temple of Copek. Temple of Copek is the worst, like, pure RNG thing in the game. So if you are a Diablo 2 player in the chat, since both Vitruth and Karundi are here. Holy at Zero, you got some big headphone. What brand is that? These are Hyphaman Edition XS. If you want to... If you want to look them up, that's what they are. In any case, this is the PoE2 equivalent of the Arcane Sanctuary. It's just straight up a gamble. But I'll tell you guys what the map is. You guys all know this already if you're PoE2 players. But just to show you really quickly, I'll show you one thing that you know on the first floor, which is that it's a triangle. I'm bad at drawing triangles. One of these corners is the exit. All I want you to do is pick a favorite corner and go to that corner. And then if it's not that corner, you reset a checkpoint and go to the next one. Okay, so like I would check this one, then I would reset a checkpoint, then I would check this one, then I would reset a checkpoint, then I would check this one, and then I reset a checkpoint. Okay, so we just pick a corner. In my case, I'm just going to go check the far corner first because I'm a far corner enjoyer. It's not the far corner. So then we go and we check this corner. It's not that corner. And so we get a third way. Absolutely tragic. Alk LFG. Okay, so that's what we do on the first floor. Now on the second floor, I'm going to teach you guys something. I'm going to reveal the full map because it's easier to teach it to you when I have the nice example to draw on. Whoop. Okay, so this is a 100% of the time trick that you can use. Okay. Actually, I need to go down here and click on checkpoint. So this is the second floor that we're looking at right now, okay? And I'm going to draw some key features that I want you guys to notice. So you see that we have this circle in the middle, and the circle in the middle has this path, which connects to the wall, and this diagonal scar, which does not. It is always, 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 always the case that the exit is completely blocked by this scar. Okay, so as a consequence, what I want you to do is I want you, if you have Leap Slam, all that you do is you run into the middle of the room and you So like if you have Leap Slam, you can do this. And then you see the block and you just go, oh, Leap Slam. And then you go to the exit. If you don't have Leap Slam or any other mobility skill that allows you to traverse, then what you do is you run to the middle and then you just hug your way around the circle and then you go. But you never, ever, ever need to check this corner. This whole region of the map, you don't need to do anything about, okay? That's the whole answer. So if you want to clip that and post it in the chat so strategists can see it, you can do it. I'm going to move on to other zones. But the blocker can also be left side? Yes. All that I'm saying is you find which strip connects to the boundary, and then you do that. That's all I'm saying. Then we go to Utzal in the past. Does it not let me do that? All right. Okay. So now we're going to go to Utzal in the past and talk about that for a minute. Is it possible to do one trial to receive 4 or 6 ascension points? If yes, how? Yeah, do a high enough level trial as your first trial. Okay. So Utzal is the same layout Utzal is the same layout as Drowned City. However, the advice for running it is very slightly different. All I want you to do is follow this road, because the Vol, when they had their roads actually engaged, it was just better to follow the road. Okay, so note, all I did to run this perfectly efficiently was I just followed the road the whole way. Right, so this was a perfect read, and all I did was follow the road. That's it. That's the whole read. Then, once you get through the Legion blockade, always go route. How do I know which road to follow? I know that the same thing. You remember how I drew that map where I was like, always go this way, and then always go this way, and then you encounter a canal, and then you explore. This is the same general heuristic as existed in Drowned City. You see what I'm saying? So when you enter, all I want you to do is remember that you're in the first block. In the first block, before you get to this canal, you try to go this direction, and if you run into a wall, you prefer going up to going down. Okay? So in this case, I run in, I encounter a wall, I prefer going up, I am now able to go the direction I want to go, I then encounter my canal, then I start to prefer going this direction, but I prioritize following the road over anything else, and I only ever go this direction directly if the road forks. Yes, there is a perfect art to retrieving the heart from the giant dudes. I will explain that when we get to it. So all that I want you to do is, before you reach this canal, try to go toward the canal, and if a wall forces you to choose a direction other than that, prefer going this way to this way. There is one layout that can occur where going this way is incorrect. You have a 1 in 12 chance of getting owned. If you get owned, sorry, it happens. Okay? Then, once you get through the Viper Arena, always go this way first, and then if it dead ends, double back. But, like, on the map currently being shown, right? On the map currently being shown, what I want you to do is once you get across this, I want you to always go this direction and follow the road. And then if it dead ends and you can't do anything, then double back and go left. That's all I want you to do. Whether you're a racer or a league starter, I don't care. Once you pass Viper, always do this. Okay? That's it. Now let's talk about the Agorot. The Agorot is very much like the Drowned City layout. Like you'll notice, you remember I said, all I want you to do in Drowned City is there's this first thing, and then you just look and see, is this blocked off? Is this blocked off? Is this blocked off? Is this blocked off? Because one of these 4 locations is going to have a breakout that allows you to run away. Same thing here. All I want you to do is look for the breakout, and then you will get to the Atziri position, and then the map from there is completely solved. So to show you what I mean, these 2 things are blocked. This one lets me out. Once I'm out, okay? So now we've reached the Ziri portion. Please, Ziri in chat, please. Please praise that Ziri in chat. Allow. Okay. So we've reached the same bottleneck that we talked about in Drowned City. Okay. And then now, all that I want you to do is go like this every time. Every time. That's all I want. Okay, so once you break out of this initial tile, right, our breakout was here, you then know that you go that direction. That will then railroad you into the Ziri position. You'll find your little hourglass bottleneck. Then every single time, I want you to go left, up, right, up. Every time. Now, if you're a League Start player, as you've been reading these maps, you're going to be killing things. The big Vol Goliaths are the only unit type that can drop the Goliath heart. Okay? However, there are 2 different types of Vol Goliaths, and after this bottleneck, all of the Vol Goliaths are type A Vol Goliaths, we'll say. There are 2 types. What that means is, all Vol Goliaths after this checkpoint have a chance to drop the Sacrificial Heart, whereas before that checkpoint, both here and in Utsal, only half of them are capable of dropping the heart. So if you don't find the heart naturally, and you need to target farm for it, I want you to do it after that bottleneck. So you should just find it naturally in like 95% of playthroughs, okay? Because you're going to be killing things in Utsal as you progress, you're going to be looting the vaults, all that stuff. At post-Viper, you're going to have to kill your way through the mobs in order to get through the thing, unless you're a Leap Slam speedrunner person, in which case it's different. But if you do not find it organically, and you do need to double back, which is unlikely, if you do get owned, the place where you should be checkpoint resetting is here. Okay? Not here. No, bad. Not there. Here, in this region, in the green region, post-bottleneck. This is the good region. This is the no good region. Okay? That's all we want. Okay? We're good? We're good? Everybody good? Type 1 in chat if good. Type any other number in chat if you are a stinky boy who needs a shower. Okay, great. Black Chambers. Okay, Black Chambers. We're gonna take a poll in Black Chambers because I want you guys to know something about Black Chambers. Black Chambers is an extremely significant map because I'm gonna do this with suggestive colors for a second. 1 second. So Doriani is always here, right? And you must either go out here and then up across a checkpoint, and then you get to a little bridge with a checkpoint on it, and then you go back in toward the middle, and then you get here, or the same thing on the other side, where you do the exact same thing, but on the other side. These are identical strategies, but you must... I want you guys to tell me whether you guys are left side enjoyers or right side enjoyers. Because, like, I don't actually need to teach you how to read Black Chambers. Left, left. By the way, 3 Steves, it's literally not possible to go mid. The map actually prevents you from doing so. Left, 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 right. Right. Okay, here's a cool thing. I go left, Arco goes left, Angormus goes left, Whole New Society goes left, Screws goes left, Bin Bin goes left, Three Knife goes left, Sarge goes left, Driz goes left. If you're not familiar with the PoE2 racing scene, I'm just listing people who are really good at racing. I can't think of a right side enjoyer except Guy That Dies. The only right side enjoyer I've ever seen be an elite racer is Guy That Dies. So, if you're curious why Guy That Dies only won 1 race when he was the best player in the world for the whole patch, okay, he had the best practice times, he was the most knowledgeable person about the build and theorycraft, he only won 1 race, and Whole New Society beat him twice. All I'm saying is, every elite racer is a left side player. Every single elite racer is a left side player, except Guy That Dies. So, like, that, I'm just saying. I don't need to teach you anything other than that. Okay, let's go to Act 4, huh? Act 4. Act 4. Let's go to Shrike Island. All I'm saying, listen, man, all I'm saying. By the way, thank you for the subscription, strategist. I appreciate it. So we're going to go to Shrike Island and talk for a second. We're going to yap. We big yappin', okay? So here's what we're going to talk about on Shrike Island. Shrike Island, first off, interesting thing here. Did you know the ship is actually still on my map right now? I can checkpoint back and forth to the ship. Okay, let's go to Shrike Island. The ship is just like way off to the side. Now, when we're on Shrike Island, the map as a whole is a spiral. Okay, so I'll show you what I mean. Come on, let me in. Blink is awkward in a few of these places. One second. Let's just fix the interface. One second. Input, dodge roll sprint, left click, save. Okay. So the zone as a whole, options, left click. Okay. So the zone as a whole is just a spiral. Okay. You don't need to know anything else about this. Now, what I want to point out is that if you look at the general direction of the map, okay, it's just a spiral. However, I want to point something out. Once we are here, we already know that it's a counterclockwise spiral by the time we reach like here, right? Because I reach, we'll say here, okay? By this point on the spiral, I know that it's a left-hand spiral, okay? So if I'm like league starting and I come to here and it forks, I choose the left-hand direction. Same thing. Here and here, it forks. I choose the left-hand direction. Here and here, it forks. I choose the left-hand direction. Okay? See what I'm saying? So by the time I'm here on the island, all that you do is once you determine the general spiral direction, which in our case is this, and we could have realistically known that around here, every time it forks, you choose the direction that is consistent with the general spiral direction that you already believe. That's it. That's all you do to Shrike. Like, the whole Shrike Island tutorial is 10 seconds long. It's a spiral. Be spirally. Okay? Now, quick hot tip for your build is, see this checkpoint and this checkpoint and how there's a shrine here? If this is some kind of damaging shrine, like if it's a Tempest shrine, a Meteoric shrine, whatever the Chaos Shrine one is called. Someone in Twitch chat is about to tell me that I'm an idiot for not knowing the Chaos Shrine one is called the Barbara Streisand shrine. If it's an acceleration shrine, some sort of offensive shrine, okay? Gloom shrine, sure. What you can do is you can not take the shrine. Walk past the shrine, do not click shrine, do not pass go, do not collect $200. Then you get to this checkpoint and you go, oh, here's the boss arena. And then you go, bup, bup, bup. And then you checkpoint back and then you grab the shrine and then you walk back to this checkpoint and then you checkpoint back. And then now you have giga insane damage against the boss. You could have a garbage weapon and it won't matter because you've got giga insane damage against the boss. So that's what we do. Let's go to Abandoned Prison, shall we? Abandoned Prison, I'm not actually going to run. Is it a set shrine or random? In races, it's set. in non-races, it's random. I do not know if resetting at checkpoint changes what type of shrine it is, because resetting at checkpoint, not fun. And in races, it's set, so like resetting at checkpoint doesn't do anything in the race setting. Anyway. Okay, I'm not actually going to run Abandoned Prison on my build. I'm going to show you some notes. But one thing that I do want to do in the actual game is make a really simple point about vocabulary that I'm about to use. This is the causeway. This is the ship. That means that this is the ship side, and this is the non-ship side. I've had people be confused about this. This is the ship side. Okay, let's actually go look at notes now, shall we? In a race, it's the order I would do. In a non-race, I have like no idea what I would do. Okay. Abandoned Prison has only and exactly 4 layouts. I'm gonna draw a shape for you guys to be excited about, and we're gonna... In a race, I would do Shrike Island, Abandoned Prison, blah, 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 blah. In a league start, I don't care. I don't play in the leagues. It doesn't matter. So, I'm going to show you a tile. This. When you see this, can you guess what I'm about to tell you you should do? Okay? This tile, with the little gate right here, is called the gate tile. When you see the gate tile, neuron activation. Oh, gate tile. Okay? Very exciting. So, let's go through the notes in the Discord. You always, in every single layout, hug ship side. So this is the ship. We go here. We hug ship side. If the gate tile, like this is hard to explain. I'm sorry. I had to draw this for you guys. It's going to be temporarily. We're inside the fucking matrix. See how the gate tile is close to this, meaning it's along this line. It's close to this entrance. This is like the courtyard. Okay. This is like the reception area. If the gate tile is along this spline, see this is the gate tile? That is early gate. Early gate. Okay? If the gate tile's like back here, that's late gate. And that's defined by the distance that we have to go deep into the map along this direction in order for it to be early or late gate. Okay? So, we now know that the position of the gate tile matters. The other thing that matters is the orientation of the gate. This direction is called parallel, because the gate and the ship are like they could hug each other. Like they could do a special hug, like a mommy and daddy who love each other very much. Okay? They could do a special hug like this. Early parallel go across. Early perpendicular, your goal is to get deep. Okay? So early perpendicular, your goal is to, like, this is hard to explain. Your goal is to, like, go along this direction and wrap around. Late parallel is hard to explain, but in essence, you hug ship side, and then if it lets you keep going north and you don't see gate tile, you keep going into the area until you find, like, you don't go north. You look at this, you look at this, and you go this direction. And if it keeps letting you go that direction, you, until you find parallel. If you get late parallel, Then once you get through the gate tile, you form a V shape. Okay? Late parallel form a V shape. Then the only other one is way more complicated. It's late perpendicular, but you never actually see the gate because you don't even run into it. So it's if you run in here and you hug shipside and then you cannot go shipside, you then have to go non-shipside, at which point you then see the Forgotten Cells, at which point you draw a zigzag in your head. Okay? And so, like, I'm gonna draw this in a silly way for you guys. If you, like, you go in, you go, and it won't let you go shipside, so you have to go across, then you see the Forgotten Prison Cell, you go up, and then over, and then up. Okay? And so what I'm saying is, if it won't let you go shipside, you then draw a lightning bolt in your head, and do this. You see what I'm saying? So, if it won't let you go shipside, once you see the Forgotten Prison, you go whoop, whoop, whoop. And that's your solution. The only thing that I want you to know is that if you see this little thin... If you start seeing staircases that descend, you're going the correct direction. Because the solitary confinement entrance place is always downstairs from the entrance. Is there a general rule for all 4 layouts to find the gate tile? Yes, it is hug the ship side wall. There's only one layout where you won't find it that way, and that and not finding the gate tile is a reveal, right? So you go in, you hug the ship side wall. If you find the gate tile early perpendicular, do they normally rotate maps every league? Yes. So like, you'll need to be able to flip and rotate things in your head if you want to do this. Okay, so then I'm going to show you guys like insane, unbelievable levels of skill about map reading the solitary confinement. You're going to be so impressed. You're going to gift 5 subs. You're going to donate to the GDQ Travel Fund. It's going to be so impressive, okay? Every single time that you enter abandoned prison, 100% of times that you enter abandoned prison and you get to solitary confinement, you are going to go through this and you will be able to hug this wall. And if you hug that wall, it is a straight line 100% of the layouts that exist. Aren't you so impressed with my knowledge? I'm so knowledgeable. It's insane how knowledgeable I am, and handsome. Isn't that worth gifting 5 subs? If you're on YouTube, isn't that worth liking, commenting, and subscribing? That's it. That's what, like, literally, I could do it again if you want. It's actually that simple. Like, you just hug the outside wall, and it is a straight line every single time. For 100% of layouts. So if I do it again... Hey look, I found a wall! I like wall. Damn, I sure do love wall. Thank God there's a lot of wall in here. Hey, would you look at that? It was a completely straight line again. That's it. That's the whole read. I think I'm going to move to China. Why are you... What? All right, now let's talk about Whakapanu Island. All right. Are you a wall enjoyer? Oh, because I sure do love wall. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, I understand. Great Wall of China. I got it. I'm cultured. What's the mapping order? On a league start? Well, the problem is we don't know where the weapon pieces are going to be in each league because the weapon pieces like move around league to league. So we don't know. So the answer is do them in whatever order you want. All right, let's talk about Whakapanu Island. Whakapanu Island is like an insanely complicated zone. It is by far the worst zone to memorize in the entire thing. Okay, so I'm gonna like we're gonna do some real advanced English language arts right here, right? If this wall has the checkpoint on it, and this wall doesn't have the checkpoint on it, do I think that really changes from Shrike Prison Whakapanu? Jonathan said in an interview that it does. So, like, Jonathan said so. That's my source. Does it actually? I don't know. Jonathan said so. Now, if this wall has the checkpoint and this wall doesn't have the checkpoint, which one of these walls is the counter checkpoint wall? Okay, great. It's the top wall. Correct, Twitch chat. Next question. If someone who was not a native English speaker, but is a genius, told us that the first step of the solution is to rotate counter checkpoint wall, what do we think that means? Do we go here or do we go here? That's right, Twitch chat. We go top, the first one. So, I'm just going to run this zone a bunch of times, and I'm going to explain things, and then we're going to leave a link to the Campaign Codex Discord in the YouTube video description. It's already in there. But, like, explaining this in a single video, like, this should be a video on its own, because it's, like, actually insane. You hug the non-checkpoint wall. When you hug the non-checkpoint wall, you will encounter some kind of tell. In my case, I encountered this thing, which is called the lobster claw tile, because it looks like a little lobster claw. You see what I'm saying? When you encounter the lobster claw tile, you are in one of two distinct layouts. You can distinguish between those two layouts by trying to go the opposite direction of the lobster claw. When I try to go the opposite direction of the lobster claw, this is the lobster claw, I encounter the shark pit. When I encounter the shark pit, that tells me which layout I'm in. So the combination of this, seeing this, tells me to go this way. Okay? 1 second. Fucking get away from me. Okay? When I see the lobster claw, which is this thing, that tells me to go that way. If I encounter the shark pit, I imagine the shark pit as being, like in this particular layout, I imagine the shark pit as being a dish. And so I go, and then I bounce off of the dish, and I go this way. If I didn't encounter this, Meaning if I saw the lobster claw and then I went this way and there was no shark pit, can you guess what would be here instead? That's right! The exit! But instead I encountered the shark pit. So we listen to the wonderful genius who wrote the guide that we're following. And we have gone, and we went, oh, look, we rotated counter checkpoint wall. We encountered the lobster claw. The lobster claw told us to go this way. The shark pit told us to go this way. When we went that way, we found the exit. That's it. It happens to be the case that other than the tiny excursion to walk into, the minus sign can make the map smaller if that helps. Minus. Control minus. Plus. Control plus. Control minus. Shift minus. Shift plus. The minus button, I'm pressing minus, it's not doing it. I've never heard this tip before. I want it to be true. I'm pressing plus and minus and it's not working. Now I'm looking through my hotkeys and stuff. I don't have numpad minus. I don't have a numpad on this keyboard. Zoom the camera in, zoom the camera out is page up and page down. If I click on checkpoint and I do this, does anything happen? No. Okay, whatever. So essentially, you guys know how I said it was extremely memorization intensive to do Red Veil? Red Veil is a smaller zone with fewer possible layouts that occurs at a point in the campaign where, like, if you get a little bit lost, you just run into some mobs and take some experience. This is a zone that occurs, like, late in the campaign and has a bunch of different monsters that can, like, freeze you or do gigantic physical damage slams. So, like, getting lost here is much more punishing. So if we do this one more time, just to show you an example of like what the map knowledge looks like. I don't want to teach this one on video because I have it memorized, but not to the same level of like comfort and mastery that I have for Red Veil. Like I can do it for myself, but it's one of the ones that's like complicated enough that I like can't read Twitch chat while I'm doing it and I need to focus. So I'm not good enough at this yet to explain it. And it's like widely agreed that it's the worst one. But we'll do another one just to get one more example of what the layout is like. Okay, so we follow the non-checkpoint wall and we find the lobster claw, hilarious. And then we go backwards out of the lobster claw and we have the same exact layout, and that's not cool. I don't want the same layout. So we're going to do this one more time. I'm about to play PoE2 for the first time. Anything I should know to make the campaign easier? Yes. If you are a very first time player ever, and are you playing today or are you waiting for the new league that starts in 10 days? Because I would recommend, if you want to wait for like all the coolest people in the entire world who are content creators for the game are all going to come back to the game in 10 days. Okay. Do you have experience playing another action RPG? Have you played PoE1? Have you played Diablo 2, 3, 4? Have you played Last Epoch? Have you played Grim Dawn? Have you played Torchlight? Have you played anything in this game genre style before at all? $10K hours in PoE1? Dog, you're fine. You don't need my advice. Enjoy the game for the first time. If you have 10,000 hours in PoE1, it's like PoE1, but like a little bit simplified, and the combat is more engaging. If you have 10,000 hours in PoE1 and you've played for like 8 years, like, tell me what types of, like, here, all right, like, the one thing that I would say is that I know what the meta builds are and you don't. What are the character archetypes that you like to play in PoE1? Like, what are the builds that you think are cool? And then I can recommend a build archetype to you. Because that's the only thing. There's like, right now, the game in early access is like not at all balanced between character archetypes. And so if you tell me like 4 or 5 different types of builds that you think are cool, I can tell you which one you should go. Other than that, don't worry. Impending Doom. I don't know what Impending Doom is, because I never played PoE1. Let's look this up. Impending Doom PoE1. Or Twitch Chat can lean in with an explanation. Is a support gem for hexes. Ah, you like AoE cursey stuff. Yeah, that's Essence Drain Contagion. 100% you want to play Witch, and you want your main clear spells to be Essence Drain and Contagion as a combination. And then you want to pick a bossing skill. There are like a bunch of good bossing skills that you can use in the campaign. What I would say is, if you want to play non-minion Witch, you want to play Bone Storm. If you want to play minion Witch, you can do Essence Drain and Contagion for mob clear, and then go Skeletal Snipers for bosses. And like, other than that, if you have 10,000 hours in PoE1, you are probably knowledgeable enough to like figure out your own way through the tree and like read the tooltips and figure it out. If you want a build guide, like, all your favorite PoE1 people already do that, so you can pull up your max roll mobilytics, leveling guide for whoever you want. But if you like Impending Doom, if you like an AoE support gem cursey thing, that's probably like Essence Drain Contagion is like the closest currently meta, smooth, leveling, good stuff. And then the one thing that I would say is that in PoE1, levels to like ranks to skills as a weapon modifier is like good. In PoE2, it's fucking phenomenal. Like, if you find a random wand that has like +2 to all spell levels, that wand is like really good. Yeah, no, you don't need a layout guide. If it's your first time playing the game, you should get lost and like read all the lore, because you only get to enjoy it like that way once, you know what I'm saying? So like, this isn't the time to like be min-maxy trying to, am I gonna get the same layout 3 times in a row? There are 12 layouts. This is crazy. Okay, we didn't. Cool. We in fact got a layout. No, we got the same layout 3 times in a row. That's insane. There are 12 layouts for this zone. Well, whatever. We're moving on. Okay. So now we need to go to Singing Caverns, so I can teach people how Singing Caverns works. Singing Caverns is like hilariously simple. So Singing Caverns, we enter, and we always enter on this thing that I think looks like a sewing needle head. Like, this is the head of our sewing needle, and then the needle looks like this. But whatever. And then it opens up, and it opens up like this. It's going to form a giant ring. And generically speaking, if this hallway is horizontal, then there's a chance that the boss is internal to the ring. Otherwise, you're just going to check these far thirds of the ring. So we know that there's going to be a ring here. If we want to find the boss, if this is horizontal, we want to just follow the ring. And then if we don't see the boss external to the ring, we check here, and the boss could be internal. If this were vertical, then we would generically check here and then here. That's all. So the boss can only form in two different places. It can be like 2/3 of the way around the circle in this position or in this position. Or it can be in horizontal layouts only. It can be interior. And that's it. That's the whole layout. The layouts are so small in this particular map that, like, you don't really need more information than that to run the zone nearly optimally. Okay, so I've already seen... Hello, fucking let me through, thank you. Right, so here's the boss arena. Is my game gonna crash right now? Is my PoE gonna crash? Ooh, the game crashed, that's fun. I would I'm very strongly gonna say, like, if you're playing a game for the first time, you only get to have the unfiltered experience once. Like, genuinely, like, getting lost and over leveling a little bit and exploring and finding all the cool little environmental Easter eggs for the first time, you only get to do that once. So, like, if you really want to look up a guide, we can give you one, but, like, genuinely, you only get to have the first time experience one time. Okay, one second. Now I need to re-reveal a bit of the map so I can show you guys. Right, like, you have 10 days before the new league. Okay. So, a couple of things to note here. One is the beckoning clam, in addition to being my nickname for your mother, also has a very characteristic exit shape. The other thing is that the Chamber of Echoes, which is the boss arena, is the only place where you're going to find this very characteristic thin, straight, long canal. So, and then the other thing is that you're going to see a very sort of googly moogly little checkpoint area which has the salted eggs in it, and so you don't need those. All that you need to do is you need to, like, rotate around this ring, and you need to keep an eye out for these checkpoints, and the one that has the long thin thing is the Chamber of Echoes, and the other one is the Beckoning Clam, which has a different entrance tile shape. You can see it's a little bit wider. This one's a little bit thinner and longer. Unlike me, I'm both longer and wider than you. And you want to do this one for the amulet, and you want to do this one for the boss. The layout is really that simple. Alright, that's kind of all I want to say about Singing Caverns. It's not that complicated of a zone. There's, like, not really that much information that you need to give. We are going to skip, just so you guys know, we are going to skip Isle of Kin and Volcanic Warrens here, and then I'm also going to skip Kedge Bay and Journey's End, as well as the Eye of Hinakora, because they are not zones that you encounter in the speedrun, and I am, like, not an expert on them, so we're just going to move on. And then if people want more information on that, like, as those zones get more solved, like, the speedrun community obviously is focusing on the zones that you encounter in the speedrun, and so there's, like, just less information and zone discovery done about those things. But as we get, like, deeper into Act 4 existing, those zones will eventually get, like, solved as well. By the way, did you guys ever notice that this windmill, like, is rotating on the map? Look at that. Look at that. Little windmill. It's spinning. That's cool. Let's go to Erastus. So Arostus has 4 base layouts that can occur. In O.3, only one of them was capable of spawning. Except for in rare, weird, bugged circumstances. So let's just talk about, like, things that we should do to get through Arostus. So we always have this same set of zones at the very beginning of Arostus. We have the ship, we have the long causeway, we have the waypoint, and then we have the chapel. Benedictus stands here, Makoru stands here. All the little guys hold us in the bubble, and then we break the bubble, right? Then we get out here, and all I want you to do is look at this staircase, and I want you to believe that the staircase is telling you the truth. Okay? Then we're going to look for the arches that we have to pass through, and once we have the arches, we are along the top end of the map, and we're just going to be taking an arc like this. So I'll show you what I mean. Okay? So all I want you to do is believe this staircase, and just go the direction that the staircase points. Okay. Ooh, we did get the rare layout. That's fun. Okay. So we went the direction that the staircase pointed. This is a bad example, so I'm going to reset. Holy moly. Okay. So we went the direction that the staircase pointed, and we didn't explore this region of the map, and we ended up finding the exit here. This is a little bit of an unconventional direction, so I'm gonna get you guys a more typical layout just to give you a better example to learn from. It's not like a weird bugged layout or anything, but I just want to find one that's a bit more standard to what the zone is actually like. Okay, so we found our chapel, blah blah blah, and now we're just gonna believe the staircase direction. And like I said, we're just going to go the direction that the staircase points. And then that staircase pointed us to this set of arches. Once we pass that set of arches, we're now just going to believe the terrain. Okay? Okay. So then now we follow the direction that this staircase goes. And that allows us to reach this set of arches. Then we are forced to follow this hallway. And we get this where we get the evening bell, which gives us our exalted orbs. And then what we can do here is cross the road to get the morning bell, which gives us our regal orbs. Now, in the race setting, we obviously don't need to do either one of those bells if we don't need the crafting materials. Okay. But now we just once again resume following that exterior arc that we were already on. Okay. Okay, so just to show you the zone as a whole one more time. When we exit the main little courtyard area outside the church, we have this staircase, and we just believe the staircase. The staircase is telling us a direction, and we just believe it. Okay, so I just go that direction. What up, Bujo? We go that direction, and it gets us to these arches. Once we're on these arches, we're then hugging the exterior boundary of the map. Okay? So we just follow this. Get the bell. If we want to cross the road, we can, and we can get back into here. And then we just continue following the exterior boundary of the map, and we get all the way here. You'll notice that the zone, once we get out of downtown, is extremely linear. Okay? Once we get out of downtown, I'm calling this downtown. Once you get out of downtown, this is extremely linear. Okay? Then the exterior boundary of the map forces us into the bell. The bell tells us that if we want to, we can cross the road and get the morning bell, or we get our regals. And then from here, we just follow the exterior of the map and go and fight Torvian. Okay? And that's it. That's the entirety of that zone. There's nothing all that complicated about it. Once we get out of there, we're able to go to the excavation. Now, the excavation only has 4 base layouts, but you don't even need to know anything about the excavation in order to solve it completely. Okay. Because the excavation, I'll reveal it fully just so we can have a little bit more to talk about. 1 second. Okay. So, in order to understand the excavation, I just want you to think of it as being built out of Lego blocks. Okay? What I mean by that is, the excavation consists of a set of stacked rectangles. Okay, so like here's one, here's one, here's one. Okay, so it's just a series of connected areas. And every single time that you enter one of these areas, it's where you get bottlenecked. I want you to just go diagonally through. And then when you get bottlenecked, you go diagonally through. And then when you get bottlenecked, you go diagonally through. Oh, wrong. Reroute. That's all you need to do. That said, it's not actually that wide of an area. Like, it's not exactly a railroad, but like the map as a whole kind of has guardrails on, right? And other than needing to go that way, you just sort of follow the direction the map points you. Like, when I have speedrunner brain on, I recognize the 4 layouts that occur. Like this, one person in the Discord today called it the diamond tile because they think it looks like a cut diamond. Is like flat top, but they think it looks like a diamond, I guess. Which, like, that's a fine mnemonic, and then you can recognize this tile, and the position of this tile tells you the rest of the way. And when I have speedrunner brain on, I'm able to do that. I don't have a written guide for doing it. Like, I just sort of, it's all vibes from me in here. So that's the excavation. Like, you just sort of get through it. I will at some point consolidate nicer notes and give like the waypoints names, but for now it's really hard for me to name a lot of these things because I'm doing them based on vibes. All right, and then the last 2 areas of the speedrun are Nakanu. Nakanu is really easy to run, actually, by the way. Nakanu is like hilariously easy to run. So if I go to Nakanu, this is like incredibly silly simple to run. Okay. So once I get into Nakanu, I'm forced to walk, and then now I'm able to move. Okay. Once I get here, okay, so I'm always forced to go through this long house, and then once I get through it, there is going to be a gate with slats like this. Every single time, you'll be forced like this, okay? Once I get through this, I'm just going to go through that gate, and then I'm going to surf the map boundary. So I'll show you what I mean. Okay. I go here, and then now I'm just trying to find the map boundary. I have found the map boundary, which you can tell because the ocean is right here, right? And now all that I'm doing is staying along this wall. And I get forced into Heart of Tribe. Now, like, is this the most efficient way to do it? No. And also, I should point out, which wall you choose to follow influences the length of the path that you end up taking. However, the mobs in here are really dangerous, right? So, like, it would have been slightly more efficient for me to fight one mob versus the other. Excuse me, not for me to fight one mob versus the other. For me to hug one wall versus the other. However, moving through the middle of the map, you tend to get blocked off by various things. So, although it's not the most efficient path, you'll notice there's nothing stopping my progression from just walking, right? I don't run into any walls along the whole way here. Whereas if I had to go through the middle, although it looks like the bird's eye distance is shorter, what actually ends up happening in the practical case, at least in my experience, is if you try to beeline, you end up having to like move off route and then come back in and then go back around. And so you end up like not being able to move in as straight of a line, whereas the ability to just like get out here and then just like there's nothing impeding your ability to just move in a straight line, it's much, much easier for you to just like leap slam along the map boundary than anything else. Then for Heart of the Tribe, there is an exact solution. Here are the exact solutions. I will show them to you. If you are forced to go straight in line with the entrance path here, you are in Quarry Village 03, which is extremely simple. You go straight, blah, blah, blah. You can recognize all these immediately visually. If you're forced to like turn and not go straight, you're in Quarry Village 01, which is really simple. And if you are able to go two different ways, one of them will have a checkpoint. Excuse me. One of them will have a checkpoint over here, and the other one will allow you to go through. Also, this bottleneck looks different than this wide open area. Checkpoint, always the incorrect direction, and then you just go up. So, like, it's just 3 layouts. You can solve it exactly. However, one thing I want to point out, in every single one of these cases, it is just a spline toward the boss arena, where there are checkpoints that go to tiny side areas, so a checkpoint is always wrong. So all you're doing is just zigzagging, where every time you see a checkpoint, you turn. That's all you do, right? For all of these maps. If you go straight, you see a checkpoint, you turn. You go straight, you see a checkpoint, you turn. You go straight, you see a checkpoint, etc. Okay? So you just go the direction that the map lets you go. You go straight, you see this checkpoint, you turn. You see this checkpoint, you turn. Every single time. So you don't need to spend any effort solving this at all, because every single time you just go the direction it lets you, and then you see a checkpoint and turn, and see a checkpoint and turn, and that's it. Because the maps are extremely, extremely railroady and linear, except for those side areas which have checkpoints in front of them. So you just don't go into the side areas where the checkpoints are, and that's it. That's the entire read for Heart of the Tribe. It takes absolutely 0 seconds to learn how Heart of the Tribe goes. That's it. Heart of the Tribe is 100% solved. You now know the solution. The solution is don't go into the checkpoint areas. That's it. I'm going to end the YouTube video here. There will be better map solutions to things over time. I obviously don't have perfect map knowledge. I know the state of the meta for most of the zones, obviously. If you want more map information and you want to keep up with the zones where my knowledge was shaky, or you want the best available written resources for things to learn yourself, a link to the Campaign Codex Discord is down below. I would also appreciate it if you followed my Twitch and subscribed to my YouTube, as well as joining my personal Discord if you want to hang out with me for The Last of the Druids, The Fate of the Vol, Path of Exile 4 0.4. Path of Exile 2 0.4. My name's Crimson. The other thing is that if you're feeling exceptionally generous and you really appreciate this map knowledge and you want to support me, I'm going to go and be commentating Angormus's run at Games Done Quick, which is the first time that the Path of Exile franchise as a whole has been represented as a mainline GDQ event. So if you want to donate, a link to the GoFundMe for our travel expenses will be below this video. And that way we can represent the game and this map knowledge and everything that we love about the franchise to the broader speedrunning community outside of Path of Exile. And if you are able to do that, that would be very helpful. Other than that, I just have one final note that I want to share, which is this. Layout reading has to be one of the most dogshit forms of skill expression needed for early game racing. And with that, like, comment, and subscribe. I'm out.